La donna è mobile, qual piuma al vento, muta d'accento e di pensiero. Sempre un amabile, leggiadro viso, in pianto in riso e menzognero. La donna è mobile, qual piuma al vento, muta d'accento. Di pensier di pensier.
Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast. We're coming to you live from Isla Vista, Santa Barbara County, California, every Tuesday and Thursday at 7 p.m. Pacific. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host, Kiki. She's a bit shy. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This channel is viewer-supported, so please consider sending a super chat throughout the show. I will read super chats $10 and up. All super chats will be displayed in stream overlay. For a $500 super chat, I will immediately go and quickly shave my beard in a style of your choice with these trimmers, clippers, whatever. And I'll keep it for the rest of the stream in any style, mud and chops. I'll do a flavor saver. I'm sure you guys are creative. 1940s dictator. Okay, so we've got channel memberships. Eric, if you can just pull that up. We've got channel memberships, Patreon, merch. All links for that are in the description. If you hit that join button there, we've got a bunch of different tiers. We've got tier 1, tier 2. YouTube's doing a promo right now. It's 50% off, so tier 2 is just $5. Tier 1 is $2.50. We'll give you a shout out during the show if you join, and you get a whole bunch of cool perks, and you get a little loyalty badge next to your name. So check it out, guys. We are also streaming to Twitch right now, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow/prime sub. Also, the streaming quality is way better over on Twitch. Also, please support my nonprofit organization, the American Network Against Labiaplasty, or anal for short. Luke's actually becoming a board member. We empower women who may feel self-conscious or insecure about their labia. It's really the pressing issue of our time. You know, it's unfortunate, right, Luke?
Yes, it is. Definitely an unfortunate event.
That, you know, some women, they get shamed if they have a large labia to the point that they consider undergoing a dangerous and unnecessary surgery. DM me at whatever. I will talk you out of getting a labiaplasty. So can we get some hashtag all labia matter in the chat? And lastly, if you want to be on the show, Eric, if you just push it over to the Instagram, if you want to be on the show or help with the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. We need help with timestamps and stuff like that. So yeah, Eric, if you can bring it back center. So last thing, as you guys know, I'm a philanthropist. So if you go to Santa Barbara City College or UCSB and you received any party-related fines like open container of alcohol, MIP, maybe you're throwing a party and got an amplified noise citation. We recently had a girl that was on the panel. I'm not going to name her name, but she was arrested for something alcohol related. So maybe she should DM us. But DM your citation to @whatever on Instagram, and you may be selected to have your fine paid for in full by me. Without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, occupation, and/or school major.
I'm Jasmine. I'm 20, and I'm currently majoring in econ.
Scoot the microphone just that way a bit and tilt it up.
Was I not close enough?
No, you're good. You're good. Just tilt it up a little bit.
This way?
Perfect.
Okay.
You're good.
I am Cheyenne. I'm 21 years old, and I am studying communications.
I'm Tara. I'm 21. I'm a fourth year at UCSB, and I study philosophy and psychology.
My name's Allie, gonna be 25 on Tuesday, and I'm a promoter.
I'm Ella. I'm 19, and my major is business.
I'm Izzy. I'm 18, and I major in nursing.
I'm Luke. I'm 19, and I'm majoring in film production.
And did you guys mention which school you guys go to over here?
Oh, SBCC.
I go to CC.
I also go to CC.
Okay. And you're from Sweden, right, Ella?
Yes.
Okay. And Stockholm?
No, I'm actually more like south, like Malmo.
Okay, Malmo, yeah.
There, yeah.
I've heard of it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of international students at Santa Barbara City College.
there
A lot
are.
of Swedish.
Uh-huh.
A lot of Swedish people. So
I
welcome.
actually haven't met like one person that's Swedish.
You haven't?
No, not yet.
And you what?
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe times have changed. I don't know, but I remember back in the day, the Swedish girls were running wild. Okay, so, so you three go to UCSB, correct? No, CC.
UCSB.
UCSB.
Yeah.
Are either of you in a sorority?
I'm in Pi Phi. If you know.
Pi Phi?
Yeah.
Is that's a good one, right? Well, of course you're not gonna say it's a bad one.
I mean, it's not a bad
No.
one. I think it's a bunch of bad bitches. So I don't know.
Hey,
Okay,
I like
hey,
them.
there you go.
I
Rock
like
and
bad
roll.
bitches.
Rock and roll. Cool. Well, welcome. And so you two go to UCSB. You're CC. Wait,
I'm now at CSU Long Beach. I'm moving soon.
you're leaving?
I'm leaving.
Wow. Rip. Can we get some?
Rip in the chat.
Can we get a candle vigil for Cheyenne in the chat since
Yes,
she's
please.
going to an inferior school? Okay. So
Inferior.
you're transferring from where?
CC.
Oh, CC.
So not
You didn't get into
inferior.
UCSB?
I didn't really try. I'm
Ah.
pursuing other things.
Okay. Got it.
We'll see.
So you two go to UCSB then.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys look down on guys who go to Santa Barbara City College?
I'm a transfer. So, no.
So yes.
So no. Okay, so my first year I went to UC Santa Cruz, and then I transferred to a CC back in Santa Monica. But like, I wouldn't look down on them.
I look up at CC guys. I look up at CC guys. I feel like they're like just more fun, more social. Like if you get into UCSB, not that like, like intelligence correlates with how fun you are, or even like that UCSB correlates with intelligence, but just that like, CC guys just tend to be like more like fun, social. Yeah, I definitely don't look down on them. I think they're like, that's like maybe a plus. Not for like long term maybe, but like short term for sure.
Okay, got it. Okay. Well, we have one SBCC lad at the table, so there we go. And so everyone's Instagrams are in the description. Show them some love. Give them a follow. So going around the table again, current relationship status, longest relationship, and are you on a dating app? That includes seeking arrangements.
I'm single. My longest relationship was like 2 years. I just got out of a relationship, so like recently single, and no dating apps for me. I feel like it just doesn't work. Like it's just, I DM me, like why am I gonna go on Tinder? So
You said recently single.
yeah.
How recent are we talking here?
Well, like we broke up in March, but then like he actually goes here. So I recently saw him, and like we got back together like a few months ago, but then didn't really like work out. So saw him recently, and yeah,
So this weekend?
like last
Damn near.
weekend.
Okay, so it's on again, off again, kind of.
No, like I like completely was like
Canceled.
Yeah, canceled. Like cut. Like never want to see you again. Like saw him in a class. Was like I need to get out of here. Like yeah.
As of
I'm blocked
last
on
weekend.
everything.
He blocked you?
Yeah.
Why did he dump you?
He didn't dump me. I dumped him.
You dumped him?
It was kind of like mutual, I would say, but like.
Yeah. Why did you guys break up?
God, I hope he's like knowledge. Actually, I'm blocked, so he doesn't know about this. But I just feel like I wasn't being treated right, so like I had to leave. And then like recently, I was like, oh, like we should get back together. He was like, no, like I don't want to. Like I have like a following on social media. He told me that was like one of the issues of like why like we couldn't be together. And then like I drunk called him, and that's how I got blocked. So, but for the
Wow.
best. For the best.
So his main issue with you was that you have social media.
He told me that I would like flaunt my DMs or be like I don't know, like he just I feel like he was jealous.
How would you flaunt your DMs?
Like some like people would like DM me and be like, oh my god, like this person DM'd me, like whatever, and like he took it as like flaunting, but like I would never like
you would tell him
Yeah.
so and so DM'd me.
yeah, like I feel like
Who DM'd you?
the game.
The game?
The
like
game.
the wouldn't get far guy?
No,
Do you
like,
know?
the rappers.
Yeah, the game. Wouldn't
Yeah.
get
The
far.
game.
The game and just like other like people, like I don't even really like know, that's just like going off the top of my head. But
Any other blue check marks that slid into your DMs?
Like RiceGum has slid in.
RiceGum. Oh man.
But none of them like really like work out because I guess I like say things wrong or like
Wait,
I don't know.
Sorry, go ahead. Were any other notable people that DM'd you?
There probably is. I just can't like.
Any athletes, musicians?
I mean, yeah, there's some athletes, but no one that's like super big, like, or no one that's like.
Okay.
Sounding a little bit like pretentious, but like I promise.
Sure. So RiceGum and The Game. Do you remember what their opening line was?
The Game just sent me the 2 eye emojis.
That's it.
And you know what's hilarious is that I was like, so I make music and I was working with this producer at the time.
Okay.
And I was like, oh yeah, this guy named like The Game DM'd me. He was like, Jasmine, do you know who that is? I was like, no, like who's The Game? He was like, this is like one of the biggest like rappers ever. And I was like, oh, should I like respond back? He's like, yes, you need to respond back. And I was like, okay. But like.
So did you?
I did, but like he was just like, it was like a few like stream, and then I usually don't like expect much from them. Like I don't even know like why they slide into my DMs, but.
Did you guys meet up or?
No, like they just like, that's what I'm saying. Most of the times, like when these blue check mark guys DM me, like I respond. I don't know. I guess maybe I say something wrong or like whatever, but it never like really goes far.
Can you pull it up on your phone right now? Can we see? Is that too much? I know
we need to see receipts.
Curious.
Yeah. I want receipts.
Wait, don't show the camera though. Don't put it on the camera.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not lying.
No, I believe you. I'm just curious.
Wait,
what's
his ad called?
The Game.
The Game.
Isn't The Game like 40?
Yeah.
Hey, don't shame. Let's not age shame. The Game. He's got. He's a talented musician.
He's probably gonna watch this at some point.
No.
Rip. Exposed. Secretly pass it over to me somehow.
Yeah, like.
He said somehow.
Brian wants to see RiceGum D-pic. Oh, that's just the chats.
I'm trying to like find it, but.
You know what? You want to just show? You can show it to me after the show.
Okay,
How about that?
Oh wait. Yeah.
Jesus.
Screenshots immediately.
13 million followers. Wait, yo, you got to screenshot this before he deletes it.
No.
He's gonna
When
delete
was
it.
this?
He's all, I'll screenshot it for you.
Oh my god. I don't know. The Game don't really got game. That's what I'm gonna. Don't. I'm kidding. I'm sure you got game.
I'm not in a relationship. The chat says I'm in a relationship. I'm single. So.
How would they know?
Okay, so eye emoji. You return the eye emoji. How are you? Can I just show it?
I don't know. I just don't like. I don't want to like.
I've somehow convinced you into doing this. I mean, it's very tame. You just say, I'm good, and then how are you? And then that's the end of the conversation.
Yeah, like it's pretty like, yeah.
So I guess, wow. Surprised you. Okay, well, can I show it to the screen?
I don't know. The
chat.
chat's like flaming me. The chat saying that like.
Do I show it? Chat, one in the chat if I show the DMs. Or is this borderline inappropriate?
It's not inappropriate. I just feel bad for the game. So.
That's a lot of ones.
Yeah.
It's a lot of ones.
I think you show it.
It's very tame.
Okay.
Like, I mean, I don't know how I'm gonna.
Well, yeah.
Can you actually like see?
Yeah.
Oops. Oh.
You were to.
Oh wait, there's more. Holy shit! I didn't even scroll down. Okay.
Like don't show, or like I didn't say anything bad. Like I don't mind what you show.
He said there's more.
Like yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like don't show it for him. Like I don't care about me, but like he probably was just like bored and like.
They said the Bloods might pull up. I'm dead.
So.
Okay, Luke. What do you think?
I think it's pretty tame. It's not that bad.
It's really there's nothing terrible.
It's not
just
very
like very
exciting
casual, very casual conversation. So. Yeah, I mean, you guys exchange like pleasantries, but it doesn't really go anywhere further.
I'm polite, like, or like it's a very polite conversation. Nothing to it.
Okay, so RiceGum, same thing.
You know what's so weird? The way RiceGum DM'd me was like a fake account or like a random account with like 2 followers DM'd me being like, "Yo, RiceGum wants you." Like he actually wanted to possibly have me like on a Twitch or something. And I was like, this
he does like a dating thing. Yeah.
I was like, this isn't real. I was like, who are you? Like, I was just like fucking around messaging this guy back. And then I get the DM from like RiceGum. And I was like, what the hell? But then I think I said maybe I said it was 18 or something, or I was 18 at the time. So I guess I said something wrong because then he just didn't respond to me. So.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he DM'd you though to invite you on to his show or whatever.
I think that was the intention. I could show you after because it was a long time ago. So
yeah.
I don't that one was pretty recent,
But he wasn't sliding into your DMs. It wasn't a romantic. He wasn't shooting a shot.
Honestly, I don't even know these. So I make music, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of producers slide in or whatever, and usually I think they want to work with music, but then really they don't. So it's
they're probably.
You can never tell someone's intentions, honestly. So it's really hard to tell. But I would say that's what he said. And usually even I don't even know how to read people's intentions these days.
I've heard that a lot from women in the music industry, that a lot of the guys that maybe are a little further along in their career, they'll say, hey, let's work together, let's collab, but they're actually really trying to get at you.
It's happened multiple times to me, honestly, and now it kind of sucks. I had this one really cool producer, and I worked with him. He was really sweet, and then he messaged me at 12 a.m. being oh, do you want to come over to the studio right now? And I was like, no, I don't. It's 12 a.m. What are your intentions?
Yeah, it's really similar with the modeling industry type thing, when there's photographers that are oh, I want to shoot with you, and then you look at their account and it's almost always nude women or lingerie and bikini shoots, and it's I don't really need that. And it's a lot of guys using their platform sometimes to kind of abuse that in a way, which sucks. But us as girls, we kind of just have to get used to it and know who's legit or not.
Do you have a hickey, by the way?
Why would you say that on this podcast, Brian?
I was just... What?
I play softball, and I got a bad grounder.
Okay.
Moving on.
So, it appears you try to cover it up a little bit, but my vision is too good. I see right through your...
Yeah, probably 5 layers of different concealers.
You tried. An attempt was
made.
I
was really hoping to make it through this podcast without you mentioning it, but you just had to.
I caught it.
A few minutes in.
It.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Your Ninja Turtle costume doesn't.
It was not enough distraction.
Doesn't distract me.
That's why I'm dressed this way, by the way.
Yeah, I see. But okay, yeah, that's wild. So, but okay, Drake DMs you. You're going to...
Dude, I would always joke about that because I actually love Drake. I love Drake. He has such good music. If Drake... No, I would never, do anything like that, but, Drake has, a weak spot for me. I would... Drake's just cool. I like Drake.
No, but so he DMs you, and he's, trying to get at you.
Mm-hmm. What would I do?
What do you do?
See, I don't know. I really feel I have to get to know someone before, but also...
Drake, though?
No, Drake, it's Hey Daddy.
Drake is just different.
But also, you know how Drake, I don't remember that, there was, a basketball player, and, he kept taking out his mom on date. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Does anybody... A basketball player?
It was, this basketball player, and, Drake, kept taking out his mom, and, he took her he rented out, the whole Dodger Stadium for her.
For
so
dinner,
it's,
yeah.
Honestly, also, guys that are, at that, level, I feel they would take you out on a date, though, They have enough money to do it.
Brian,
so.
don't you know Drake's that lover boy?
Yeah, exactly.
Certified lover boy.
Right?
I guess so. Yeah, maybe he'll DM you after the show. Okay, so moving on. By the way, so seeking arrangements, you said no dating apps, no seeking arrangements.
No, it's just, I just don't like doing things for people that I don't really know like that. That's just a personal preference for me.
So ever had a sugar daddy or anything?
No, but my friends have sugar daddies.
We'll have to get her on the show.
It's actually a him.
Oh, he... Hey. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see. So... Current relationship, longest relationship, and are you on a dating app? That includes seeking arrangements.
Mm-hmm. Single, longest relationship was about a year, and on and off with dating apps, but I have had seeking arrangements in the past. Did not follow through with anything, unfortunately.
And so wait, you're single. You said how... Longest relationship was what again?
About a year.
And how long have you been single?
Probably since beginning of college. Yeah, so about 4 years now.
Well, you've been single for 4 years.
Yes.
But your longest relationship was 1 year.
About
So it was like
a
high
year.
school or something.
It was like my end of high school going into college that year.
How do you get this hickey though, if you're single?
Danger.
I like to hang out with people every now and then, see where it goes, you know?
Where did it go?
Got me a hickey, I guess. This
Oh.
sucks.
Go ahead.
I'm recently single. My longest relationship was a year. That was the one I was just in. And I don't use dating apps. I like to just like meet people naturally. And I've never used seeking arrangements because why would I get with like a rich guy who's like ugly and like can't pull money when I could just get with like a handsome rich guy I'm into like in real life.
So you currently have those opportunities to get with a
Yeah.
handsome rich guy?
Yes.
You're meeting them at the frat party, or where are you?
No. I've really never associated or like been into frat guys.
But you're in a
So-
sorority, right? So I mean,
Yeah.
there is some degree of like, don't you have to?
I have
Go to the parties or whatever?
There's been like one guy like ever who was in a frat that I like hung out with.
Okay.
Ever, yeah.
Got
I'm
it.
like repelled. I like trained myself. I'm like smart enough to like I literally trained myself to be like repulsed by frat guys because I don't know. I was like they're bad news. Like
Why?
I don't know. I just not that there's any. I just you know.
Do you want to take shots in any particular frat?
No, they're
That'll
all
get you
equally
in
awful.
trouble.
No, I'm just kidding.
All equally awful, okay.
No. I support Greek life. Yeah, go Panhellenic. I don't know. Like it's it's like yeah, no, it's not like because they're in a frat. It's just like in general, I don't really like mesh well with like guys my age anyways. I'm just like I don't know, an
Oh.
older soul. So it's just like guys that are older have their shit together. Like we're like intellectual equals.
Okay.
And yeah, and just I don't know. Frats is just like bad news. Like if I was a guy and I was in a frat, I would probably like it's like why would I put myself through that obstacle of like all that? I don't know. It's just like difficult. I don't know. Like loyalty issues. Like I understand the part of the guy that would be like difficult. So like just not the right like time.
So you said you
Whatever.
prefer dating older guys, or what?
Yeah.
So you said you recently got out of a situation. How recent?
Like a month ago.
A month ago. Okay.
Yeah.
And how old was he?
He was just like a year older. But before
Okay.
I met him, it was like seeing like older guys probably. Yeah.
Like 70?
No, not 70, just like, like 27, like
Oh, okay.
older 20s,
Sure.
like have their shit together, like,
Sure.
yeah.
Okay.
More to talk about.
Rock and roll.
So I'm currently single. My longest relationship was like a year.
Tilt the microphone down just slightly.
Down?
Yeah. Perfect.
There?
Yeah.
Am I good?
Yeah, you're good.
All right. So like I said, I'm recently single. Longest relationship was like a year. Toxic ass shit. And then I do not have no dating apps. No seeking arrangements for me. Yeah.
Okay.
You have something brewing. You have a comment brewing always.
So wait, never been on seeking arrangements?
No.
Ever had a sugar daddy?
I mean, I've, just, I don't know why people think like sugar daddies, like, okay, if I had someone like that, but not old. They weren't old. They're just someone with, they're old, but not old, you know what I'm saying? Like, older. Oh, Santa Barbara is expensive. I got to pay my rent.
It is expensive. Wait, question. Is this, do you have a grill or is that just?
He said a girl. Why am I blinding you or what?
What? Can you show the camera and just?
A little zoom in action,
Yeah.
huh? So it's just it's tooth gems.
Is it braces? What? I've never seen those.
They're tooth gems.
What's that?
It's like a new thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm not with the times.
Yeah, you wouldn't get it.
I'm not with
Yeah.
the times, Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Uh-huh.
See, I already forgot the questions.
Oh yeah. So, current relationship status, longest relationship, and are you on any dating apps?
Okay, hold on. So I'm single. The longest. Oh, see, I already forgot. The longest relationship was 2 years. Or was it 2.5? I can't remember. And then no dating apps and no seeking arrangements.
That's cool. So you've never been on a dating app?
No, never.
Okay, not even back in Malmo, Sweden?
Nope. I never actually, I lived there for 9 years and then I moved. So when I was 9,
We'll have to talk about how dating goes down in Sweden just a little bit. Not now, but maybe later on the show, because I know it's very different in Scandinavian countries. Go ahead.
I'm single, and my longest relationship was 1.5 years. And I'm not on dating apps, but I've been on Tinder before, for fun, but I didn't ever really meet anybody on there. But yeah.
Seeking arrangements?
Oh no, but my roommate does that. Not her, a different one.
A different roommate?
Yeah, and she gets $1,000.
She gets $1,000?
Yeah.
Just to do what?
She said she just hangs out with them, but she doesn't let them touch her. She just talks to them, and
those be the ones.
Yeah. She has a fake name and everything.
Wow. Do you think, should we get her on the show? Maybe.
For sure.
Let's get her on the show.
I love her. Yes.
Cool.
She is such a character.
Awesome. Luke.
I'm single. My longest relationship was 6-7 months, and I do not have any relationship apps, nothing like that. No Tinder, no
Christian Mingle.
I'm actually on Christian Mingle. No, I'm not on Christian Mingle. What's the farmer one?
Farmers Only.
Farmers Only.
Farmers
Shout out to Farmers
Only.
Only.
Boom. Okay. Have you gotten, because by the way, this is your third time back on the show, right?
Yeah, it is.
So have you gotten any girls DMing you that have seen you on the show?
Not really, just I
Some
have
follows or something?
Yeah, I have gotten some follows on Instagram. That was cool. And I've talked to some of the girls that have been on the show previously, but that's about it.
Okay, rock and roll. And then, so last thing here. So we're going around the table on this. Do you identify as a feminist?
I personally don't like that term, but I definitely identify with equality for women.
Okay.
But I think the term feminist has been so watered down and has meant so many different things. But I of course stand by women's rights and
sure.
everything like that. I don't know. I don't like what the term how people have flipped the term feminist too. So yeah.
I agree. Some people view it negatively, but sorry, I am a feminist.
I've become pretty apolitical over the years, so I would have to say that I love women, love men, love everyone. Yeah, I don't know. But I'm not a fan of political movements, I guess.
Sure.
What's funny is I knew you were going to ask this question because I watched some of your things. So I'm I asked my mom, shout out mom, I was like, am I a feminist? Because I felt like I knew you were going to ask. And she's like, when you walk in a room full of guys and girls, do you address them as, hey guys? I said, yeah. She's like, then you're not a feminist because I wasn't addressing the women for who they are and the men for, I'm like, hey guys, instead of saying, hey guys and girls, I was like,
I haven't heard that one.
Yeah. And I was like, she's like, do you walk in a room and say, hey, do you address the girls as, who they are? And I'm like,
sure.
I always hi guys. No.
I don't know if that's the best metric for identifying yourself as a feminist.
Well, I meant
no, but yeah, but I wouldn't say there's extreme, average, I guess, and there's not at all. I guess I'm in between.
Okay.
I have a friend that she's extreme feminist, I hate all men, blah blah, and I'm just
yikes.
Oh, okay.
That's a yikes.
So yeah.
I wouldn't really know where I stand with that because I want equal for men and women, but I'm not I hate men, like kill them all. So I just,
Wait, I mean, that is not feminism, though.
No,
like,
you know, that is
It kind
her.
of is.
That's
It
what a
kind
lot
of
of
is.
men think it is because of how strong women come off. But I don't think that feminism should equal hating men. I think that it should equal equality. Like that is the movement of feminism is for women to be seen as equal as men, not as superior to men.
But I do feel like a lot of women who like call themselves feminists are like fuck all men. I hate them. Like I haven't really like I don't know.
I mean, like, can you blame them? Like,
No,
You can
no,
blame them.
like,
Yeah, you can blame. You can definitely blame.
I think that's a bad idea for people to view feminism as, though, because yes, there are very extreme women who tend to take that out on men, but I think that like us coming to the reality of feminism today is to not let those views like overtake how we view feminism. I think feminism, like as its definition, should be equality for both genders, not women are superior. So I think like we should think of it on that scale. So like I don't know.
Well, we already have something for that called egalitarianism.
But how often do you hear that word?
Not often, but we should hear it more.
We should. I agree with
should.
that. I agree. But I think that like people are taking feminism like way out of its context.
So like that's what it is. That's your definition of it.
I think that like at least from my knowledge, like feminism is women fighting to be more equal to men rather than like not superior, but just not less than, because for so long we have been seen as less than.
Yeah.
Oh, just me. How about you, Luke? Are you a feminist?
Luke is a raging
What were you gonna say? No, finish it. I want to.
anti-feminist.
I'm not a raging anti-feminist. I wouldn't say I align myself with what feminism stands for, and I do think it should be what you're saying. I think it should be, men and women should be equal, but I think the way that feminism is portrayed is fucking gross. So no, I would not consider myself a feminist.
Can I just say that like men that call themselves feminists is like just low-key a turn off to me, not because they're like feminists, because it's just like that's like I don't know, it's just, are you allowed to curse on here?
Yeah.
I don't know, just like, little pussy, I don't know, like it's also just like like if you were, cause also okay, especially like in Ivy, especially like liberal guys are like the first to be like to just like not go down on you too, by the way. I don't know, I feel like I just remember hearing that like in Ivy, like like I don't know,
she goes straight to the punch. I like this.
Like I'm sorry, I just like thought this in my head, and like that's just a turn off. Like you're trying too hard, like you probably low-key just want me to like buy your like Haunted Kitchen. I don't know, not cute, I'm not into it.
Good answer.
Wow. That was good. We need more of those.
Getting that out there.
What is that?
Because if you were going to say like I'm a feminist, I'd be like, I would have called you a pussy to your face. So I'm glad you didn't.
Wow, no. Yeah.
I'm not a feminist.
No, I'm not.
She would have called you a pussy, Luke. So it's good that you didn't
Oh, my
say
fragile masculinity. Oh.
Like your hair's already dyed. You're like on thin edge. So I need
Wow. Okay.
Oh shit. Danger.
Shots fired.
Is the bleached
glad
hair
to
like
hear.
equivalent to the blue-haired feminist type thing?
Yo.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, like are your nails painted right now?
No,
Like,
no, my
those
nails are not
nails.
painted. My
That's
nails
good.
are not painted.
That's good.
Cheyenne,
Yeah.
you were making a couple faces. Do you have anything to say in response?
Yeah, I mean, like, me personally, I would view it differently. Like, if a guy said that he were anti-feminist, I guess in that case, I would be, like, automatically turn off. Because, like, I think of feminism not in the way, like, he has to be feminine, but more like he respects women. And so if a guy told me that he was a feminist or had bleached hair, it's okay, Luke. I respect it. I think it's cute. But, like, if a guy told me that, I would take it more in a way of, like, okay, he has some respect for me, not, like, immediate turn off and he's a pussy. But, like, that's just me. And, like, the liberal thing, I don't know. I've never heard that. I've had some liberal guys go down on me, and it was a good time. So I don't know if political views really relates to sexual pleasing in the bedroom. But, hey, maybe other people would say that.
Not that like it's correlated, but like if you're a guy and you're calling yourself a feminist, like
I just think that means
Better
that he
show it, I
respects
don't know.
women. Like I would take that and respect that rather than a guy that's like, no, I'm no fucking feminist. Like that's stupid. I think that would be more of a turnoff to me personally. But like everyone is different at the end of the day.
Okay, wow, that was intense. We're gonna do 2 super chats here while we got. Actually, no, we'll get to super chats here in just a sec. So hold on, let me just pull up our next point here. Unless you two want to continue going at it, that's good too.
Maybe I take it back. I like am a feminist. Like I
What?
just mean like
Don't
like,
walk it
I
back.
don't take back anything I said about the man phase. I just like want you to know like I feel like my thoughts on feminism is like you better practice it like you preach it. I don't bother calling myself a feminist. I'm a feminist because I'm a woman who does whatever the fuck I want, and to me that's feminism. So I think I don't care what your words are. If you like don't have the balls to like live out feminism, which is like doing what you want, not caring what a man thinks like about any of it, and like staying true to yourself and like living out your life, like that's what feminism is to me. It's like not what you talk about.
And I think it also is like a personal preference at the end of the day, because like I personally tend to go for like less masculine men, and like we were kind of talking about this on the last episode, like guys wearing a dress. Like obviously that's not like my type of man that I'm gonna go choose, but like I would be okay with showing some femininity just because like I personally am cool with that, and I'm bisexual, so like I already like girls as it is, so like a girly man isn't really gonna bother me as much as like someone who's looking for like a super masculine man that's gonna like protect them and pay all their bills and stuff. So I think it is a personal preference, and like yeah, very different for each person.
So I want to touch on what you said. So, by the way, if you want, we could. Luke, are you down to get in the dress right now?
Please, Luke.
For Cheyenne.
If someone super chats like $20, I'll fucking
20.
do it.
Oh my!
How about
50?
50?
I know.
Higher?
20?
Higher.
You're
You
selling
got-
yourself
Dude,
short.
who gives a fuck? I don't care. I'm just gonna take it off in like 2
See?
seconds. I mean, chat. I'll leave it on. No,
$100 for Luke to
$100 I'll put on.
put on the.
Do you have a dress?
I
Here?
have a Japanese schoolgirl outfit.
Stop. You
100.
guys.
Homegirl doesn't have a dress?
150. God damn.
And then, or should we have Cheyenne put it on instead?
Wait. What about my Ninja Turtle costume?
Wait, Eric. Why? Just curious. Why is when you're going on to StreamYard?
I don't know why it's doing this.
Oh, put it here. I'll tell you how to fix this.
I can fix it.
No. Just put it. Go back. Go to File. Up. No. Up to File at the very top. Top. Always on top. Click it. Always on top. There you go. Okay. Cool.
Oh.
Yeah. It's probably just because sorry guys, we had to update OBS because we've been having tons of issues with OBS. Anyways, so you said that a male feminist or a liberal guy, a guy who's liberal, is less likely to go down on you. Is that?
No, I just like, it's more like, I remember hearing stories, like if you're gonna call yourself a liberal guy, like you better, is what I'm saying.
you
If you call
better
yourself
go
a
down on a
feminist,
girl?
like you better like, so it's more like, I don't know, I feel like you probably should be like going down a girl. It's just like, why are you saying that? You're probably just saying that to like, cause you think it'll like get you girls. I don't know. In general, I tend to just like call cap on like whatever people say their like political like view is.
Wait, so that's
I don't know.
that's the first thing you go to if a guy says he's liberal. It's like, you best be eating pussy. That's the first
not
thing.
Absolute
That's the
carpet
first thing I
muncher.
go to. Just like I just remember like the last time I talked, I like had a conversation about like the liberal man. It was like, I don't know, something.
She's
I remember
basically
like
saying-
friends telling me that like.
If you love women, you better show it.
Yeah.
That's all she's saying.
Luke, do you partake? Do you
I go down?
go down?
I go down. Yeah, I definitely go down.
Oh, my sweet summer child.
Okay. Okay, maybe we'll.
What about you,
should we
Brian?
talk about it?
Do
What
you?
about me?
Yeah. Do you go down?
I haven't gone down on a girl since the Bush administration. So that's like 2008, 2009.
Is it just a preference or?
Is
Yeah,
it because
just
you haven't
not
like
a
been with a woman since the Bush administration, or just? I just want to clarify.
He's
Clarifying
scarred for
question.
life.
Yeah, I've sworn off women since it's been almost a decade. No, I just don't really like it. Not a fan of it.
Yeah.
Now, let me qualify my statement a little bit. I believe I want to make the girl come first every time. Like, she's going to come first. That's my philosophy. That specific act, not a fan of it.
Yeah, that's super fair.
It's just like a sexual preference. Just
Yeah,
not
yeah.
not a fan of it. And it's not like I'm grossed out by vaginas, right? It's not that at all.
Hashtag
It's
labia
just-
plasty.
It's just hashtag all labia matter. I don't, it's not something I enjoy. Now, anyways, that's it. So I guess we could ask the panel, like, is that a deal breaker for you guys if a guy doesn't want to go down on you?
Low key, yeah. I'm gonna say yes.
That's
like,
fine.
My last relationship, he didn't really do it that much, and like he started doing it towards the end.
Not much of a deal breaker then if your last relationship
Well,
he
you
didn't do
learn.
it.
That was my first and like only relationship.
Okay.
And, like, honestly, only person that I've ever really been with. So
Sure.
I've changed my standards a little bit, and I wouldn't say it's like a complete deal breaker, but it's definitely like a heartbreaker. Like I'm disappointed, you know.
Mm.
So, and I feel like a guy should like enjoy it. Like, why would you not? Why would you not?
I can think of a couple reasons, but go ahead.
I would say most likely, yes, it would be a deal breaker, just because like, well,
Even
like,
if he could make you come other ways. If he didn't do that specific thing, it's a deal breaker.
dang, that's kind of tough. Like, maybe I would be okay with it, but I would just kind of want to like be like, why not? Because like some girls don't enjoy giving head to guys either, but a lot of the times we do it because that is like the main way of like fornication other than sex with guys, and like a majority of guys will receive head, whereas the majority of girls will not. Like, it's more rare for women to receive head, whereas like if I were in a relationship with a guy and if that's something that I'm giving to him, I would probably like at least expect it in return, and like if he can fulfill it in other ways, maybe that's okay, maybe that's fine, but like I would probably just want to know why. If he's like really not comfortable with it and it's just not something he likes, like that's okay. I'm not going to like force anyone to do something that they're not comfortable with, but I would kind of just want to know like why not.
It's not a deal breaker to me.
But if he's liberal, he has to do it.
Well, I'm just saying, like, you know, like I said, practice what you preach. I don't know. I just think it's ironic and funny. Like,
Okay.
yeah.
If he knows what he's doing in other ways, I ain't tripping, you know?
Sure.
I wouldn't call it like a deal breaker, but like disappointed, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't say deal breaker, but like, if I'm gonna give you head, like, shouldn't I get it back?
Just a little closer.
Like, shouldn't I get it back if I give it to you? Like, where's the, like...
Yeah, well, I mean,
Fair.
I guess my
Fairness.
response to that would be, I think there are some things that your partner can enjoy that maybe you don't. So I wouldn't blame a girl necessarily. Like, if her partner didn't want to go down on her, she could be like, well, I'm not going to go down on you then. But then I think that's kind of almost coming from a vindictive place. Like, if you enjoy giving head, then it's kind of just almost revenge. Like, motherfucker, you ain't going down on me, I'm not going down on you. Like, there are some things that certain people just don't like doing, and everyone has their own sexual boundaries and stuff. So
That's exactly why I clarified some girls don't like giving head. Because if a girl does like giving head, maybe she has no problem with it. But if a girl doesn't do it and she's doing it just to please her partner, she would probably want that in return, at the very
yeah.
least.
I mean, I've known some girls too that they don't enjoy receiving head.
That's a possibility too.
Some girls don't like it. So there's that. Can you just pull that wire just so it towards you? Yeah, perfect. Okay, so we're going to do super chats really quick. Richard Joy with the Canadian $10. Question for the girls. First date idea for a girl I somewhat know. Trail ride on a horse. What are your thoughts? Richard Joy, thank you for the 10 Canadian dollars. Really quick, guys, if you want to give your thoughts on this. He's going to take a girl for first date to ride horses.
Hell no. Like, you're gonna kill me. Like, that's like a red flag of like, you're taking me to the woods to kill me. Like, I've watched too many like things, I've heard too many stories. Also, why the woods? Like, first rule as a girl, first date always needs to be in a public place where you can, like, you do not know these intentions. Like, I would get worried that like some guy asked me if I wanted to meet him at the beach, and that was already like a little bit too far for me. So
Even the beach.
yeah, like not for a first date. Like if I really know you, then like yeah, I think it's cute. Also, where are you getting the horse? Like you're already there's too many questions that are like arising for me. So
Yeah,
Your take?
in theory, that is such a cute first date. Like, good job for thinking of that. But just know that, like, us as women, first dates can be scary, so we might be hesitant to actually meet up with you. Maybe, like, a second date. Like, get to know her first in a public place, like she was saying, and then take her on a second date, and she's going to be wowed. But, like, that's a really good date idea. Like, that sounds fun.
I would do it as like, I would not do that as a first date. I don't know, just because like I feel like if guys come off too strong, it's just like a turn off, like in a way, just in a way of like you question if they're trying so hard, like is there a reason, like is there something like behind that, like not in a good way. So I would just say like keep it chill, like don't put all your cards on the table. That's like a sweet idea. But if I was her, I'd be sort of like overwhelmed and like be like too much too fast. So yeah.
Well, I'm Hispanic. I'm from the rancho, so we like horses. You feel me? So, and I like jaripeos. So, you got a horse and you try to do all that. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? I've grew up in horses, and so.
Okay, she's down. All right.
I would find like quite like cute, like sweet, like oh that's thoughtful, but maybe like more as like a second date, not first, I'd say.
Personally, I would like love to do that just because I've grown up with horses, and also like you could go on a trail ride with other people and have it like just not be you two. But
I know,
like,
where'd you get woods from?
Yeah.
Where did you get the woods from?
well, I mean, a trail is like that's in the like a hiking trail.
Well,
Because
like-
I've been
have,
to a hiking trail
yeah.
where there's horses, and
Yeah,
like
because
that's
he's like, I didn't say nothing about woods.
By the way, we have a clarifying super chat here from Richard Joy. Thank you for the subsequent Canadian $10. About the trail ride, it's generally done with a group of like 10 other horses. Jesus Christ.
Okay, we didn't know that.
yeah. I mean, if it was in a group and like I was liked him, then yeah, why not? Like that shows effort, that shows like dedication. Like I think it would be really sweet. But
Okay.
to me, like the idea of like going in a secluded place, especially with an animal, is like a little bit scary. So.
For sure, for sure.
I feel
Luke?
like I would be
Oh.
more comfortable with an animal. Like I don't know.
By the way, can we get Eric, can you go center really quick? Emma, right? Ella,
Yeah.
correct? Do you see that portrait behind you with the black gentleman?
Yeah.
Can you just scoot it to your right, to the right?
To
Just
my right?
yeah. Can you just put it on the table really quick?
Oh, on the table.
Yeah, Eric, can you pull it up, the super chat?
Who's this guy?
Can you scoot it? All right, we got Mike Davis in the chat.
Mike Davis is back.
With the $20 soup chat, curly hair Miss Patrick sounds confused. Listen, young bucks. Women will say whatever the media has trained them to say, but that's no reflection of what truly attracts them. Dominant and assertive is the way to go. Cheyenne, I believe this is directed towards you. Mr. Mike Davis, thank you for the big $20 soup chat. Good to see you back. By the way, I don't know if you caught it, Mr. Mike Davis. Eric, if you put it center again. Did you miss the vigil from 2 podcasts ago, dude? We had candles and shit. We had the BBC. Where you been, dude? You didn't even address the vigil, Mike Davis. But hey, good to see you back, man. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Cheyenne, do you want to respond to Mr. Mike Davis?
I mean, maybe that's what you're telling me right now, but from my own experience with being with the men that I have, I don't always like a dominant and assertive man because I'm really stubborn myself, and when guys try to like tell me what to do or lead, sometimes it makes me draw back. So like I said, everyone is different, and personally like that kind of turns me off sometimes. Like I do want a guy that can protect me, but at the same time I want a guy that's a little sensitive and can like make fun of those things, like be okay with those things without being super fragile masculinity. And so that's just me.
I don't think being dominant and assertive like means you have like a fragile masculinity. That can be a part of like positive masculinity, like in a good way. I like agree with what Mike says. I think it's like true that sometimes like girls may like think they like want a certain thing. I don't know, but it might not really be what they do want. Like you have to like find that for yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, but when I'm speaking like for myself, and that's why I'm saying like in my own experience, I don't always want a man that's super dominant and assertive, because sometimes I tend to draw away from that just because of the girl that I am personally.
You don't want a guy who's dominant and assertive.
Not always.
What about in the bedroom?
Bedroom is a little different. Like
okay.
That's a little different. But I mean, like out in public, I don't want a man that's gonna like just be telling me what to do, or like, just for example, I was watching American Psycho last night, and like, I don't know, not every relationship is American Psycho, obviously, but like,
just why are you bringing American Psycho?
Because the one part I'm talking about is the scene where his girl is at dinner with him and he just orders everything for her. Like, she was zanned out, didn't know what was going on. But like me personally, if I was sober in that situation and a guy told me like, this is what you're gonna order, or also white chicks, same thing happened. No, I'm gonna choose like, what I want to eat.
That shit was funny.
So like, those are just random movie examples, obviously not real life, but I'm just saying, like, if a guy were to try to boss me around.
What?
I know. Okay, listen. Hear me out.
Patrick Bateman is like a psychopathic murderer who kills.
But is he not dominant and assertive?
But you're looking to American.
I know.
Psycho.
I know. I'm saying that's a bad example. But white chicks also. Whatever his name, the whistle dude.
Yeah, he like orders.
He's like ordering.
Do you like Huey Lewis in the News?
I don't.
Their early work was a little too new wave for my taste, but when sports came out in '83, they really came into their own, both creatively and artistically.
I'm terrified. Oh, why did you know that all? That's why I'm scared. Why did you know that word for word?
American Psycho is a good film.
That's concerning. See, a lot of this podcast is starting to make sense. He just quoted American Psycho, like with no book in front of him or anything. But anyways, what I'm saying...
Got that shit committed to memory.
See, what I'm saying is though, like, okay, maybe movies are a bad example. I just watched that movie yesterday, so it was on my mind. But like,
I feel like as a feminist, you should be the first to like not use one caricature of the worst type of man as like a representation.
No, I'm not
of, like,
at all.
men.
That's why I said like, those are just two movie examples, obviously not realistic. But I'm just saying, if I were in a scenario where a guy's like telling me what I need to eat for dinner and he's like ordering my food for me, that is like an example, just one example of dominance.
That very, like,
certain
extreme example?
Yes, very extreme.
Have you
example.
ever had that in person though? I mean, I don't.
No, but if I like, I would not stand for it. But even a guy like telling me like, oh, like that outfit is not good enough, or like you don't look good enough, like that kind of thing, where a guy is trying to tell me what to do. If any guy is trying to tell me what to do, I'm automatically gonna take a step back. And like, maybe not every woman will do that. Maybe some women like that and they want that control and power in their life. But me personally, I do not. And so responding to Mike Davis's comment, maybe you think it's like the reflection of media, but I'm just talking from my own personal experience. I don't always want a man that is super dominant and assertive. Sometimes I want a man that can flex a little and like lean my way, you know?
Yeah, I'm off painting the nails and the toes though. No, I'm off that. That type of feminine guy, I can't do that. He can't have his nails painted or toes painted. No, I'm off that.
By the way, Verks, thank you for the gifted sub, man. Much appreciated. So, I mean, how do you reconcile wanting a guy who's dominant in the bedroom, but you don't want a guy who's dominant outside of the bedroom?
I guess it's just a line of controlling. Because, like, in the bedroom, sure, it's okay if you, like, take leadway. I don't want to be doing all the work, whatever.
I thought you were a feminist.
I am a feminist. What does that have to do with feminism, though? Like, we can't be equal in the bedroom too? No, but you just said you don't like to take lead in the bedroom, right? Or did I mishear you? I said not always. I don't
so
always.
So like 10% of the time you like to.
No, don't play me like that, Brian. Okay, what I'm saying is like, it's okay. Like, can we bring up Mike Davis's comment again, just to get a little refresher? I'm also blind, so I couldn't even really see all of it in the first place.
Oops, I got it. It's the war between Eric and Brian. Go ahead. So, I mean.
Also, why do you call me Miss Patrick?
Yeah, what is Miss Patrick? Who's Mike Davis? Can you You don't have to send a super chat, but like, who's that?
Women will say whatever the media has trained them to say. But I mean, I think right now I'm kind of at a minority here because it seems like a lot of the girls here are kind of disagreeing with me. So if it really were the media portraying that, I would think that there would be more of these girls on my side saying like, oh yes, she's right, which is okay if they're not fully agreeing with me. I think it's not media portraying the way that I think. I think it's a personal preference for myself that, like I mentioned earlier, I am okay with a little bit of a less masculine man, and that's not for everybody. But to answer your question, like, I don't think it's media. I think it's my own personal preference.
Would you be down to peg a guy?
No.
Okay, moving on here. Okay, so
Can I ask a question to the group?
Yeah.
sure.
That just like I was thinking about as you're talking about this. Do you guys think that like guys are less manly than they like used to be?
Oh yeah.
Like less like in the good ways, like the good kind of manly. Like is like a lot less than it used to be, and like do you think our culture is like encouraging them to be like even more like less like masculine in a good way? Does anyone have any thoughts?
Yeah, we'll let the girls go first. Do you start off?
Honestly, like, I have no idea because I feel like nowadays men just like everybody can do what they want nowadays. Like, there's no really like strict line about how like a man has to act and be manly. Like, I'm open to like, however, if a guy wants to act like the way he does, like, cool, do that. Like, I wouldn't want to like tell him to act manly or like, I don't know.
Like half, I guess. Like some men are still like manly. In what sense you mean though? Like,
I just mean like
Harry Styles.
No, like I don't know. Guys used to be like in our like evolutionary past. I mean, like guys used to be like, I don't know, just responsible and like providers and like caretakers and like lumbering wood, and like now I feel like guys just like sit in the rooms and play video games, and that is like what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, for sure. This generation's watered down, for sure.
Yeah, I would
way
say
watered
so
down
too. Yeah.
Well, it's like watered down, but you don't want like the woman in the kitchen and the man.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I was just gonna say.
That's
Like,
over.
if we're gonna talk about that, we could also say that it's the same for women, where women don't have to like reach that womanly standard quite as much anymore. Like, we're not just cooking and cleaning like we used to and popping out kids for them. I think it's like both genders have kind of realized that we don't have to stick to these same standards that we always used to, and we're kind of drifting away from that, which I personally really enjoy. I love to see manly women and womanly men, and I know that everyone in the comments is gonna hate me for that, but I'm sorry, that's just what I think. Like, I think that in the past we did have those strict norms and stuff, and a lot of people don't like it, but like that's just the way things are changing, and I think in the future it's going to be even more so. Like, we're not just going to ban that by being like super misogynistic or like whatever, you know.
Which Ninja Turtle are you, by the way? Are you Donatello?
Why do you ask that?
Oh, no, I'm just...
I am technically none of them right now. Could be any of them.
Okay. Do you want to answer her?
Oh, I mean, I personally really like traditional. Like,
Yeah,
I
that's
feel like weird saying that. That's the only reason. Like, back to the topic of talking about like whether you're a feminist. I feel like if I were to, what I would want feminism to be would that you would like you would be able to be free to make your own choice. Like, Cheyenne wants like a more feminine guy. Like, I personally like a really masculine guy. Like, that's just me, but I think you should be allowed to have your preferences. Like, I do like a traditional relationship. I do want someone that's dominant and that's going to take charge, but there needs to be balance in that, to not to the point where it's like the 50s where it's like I'm getting like beat, you know, like that's what was happening. Like, we don't want that to happen, but you know, there still needs to be a balance. But like I do like a traditional man. That's just me, though.
I don't think you would have been getting beat in the 50s.
I think you need to like do your like that.
Yeah,
was
you
a pretty
could've been.
common. Like, it was a pretty like.
I think that's a myth. I don't think
I don't think that's a myth.
Wife beating has ever been socially acceptable.
I actually really do think it was in the 1950s. Like I'm being
1950s?
I took a feminist studies class. Like,
well, I mean, there's no surprise. There's no surprise there.
I mean, I just took one class just like because it was actually a GE to fulfill. So, and I decided to take that class. But like, no, like women were actually very oppressed. Like they
do you think men are more respectful of women in 2022 versus in 1950?
Oh, they have to be, or else they're going to get canceled. Because like if a man says something bad about a woman or disrespectful, he will get canceled.
Will a woman get canceled if she says something disrespectful about a man?
I think it depends on the severity of it, but I think there's like probably a little bit more leeway.
Yeah, no, probably not.
Of what?
Like I saw that in like the last like episode I watched, and you guys were like sort of talking about that, and like the statement like girls say all the time like men are trash. Like that's said all the time. I've never ever like other than like in like you know like playful debate like while you're like supposed to be debating it, does anyone ever bring up like that's like disrespectful or whatever? Even when like girls make jokes like entirely objectifying men, like it's just like a funny joke. No, I mean yeah, but yeah, just as like a devil's advocate here.
No, good point. So so your initial, by the way, Luke, do you want to chime in before I give my piece on this?
No, you can go for it.
Okay. So your question was, do you think that men are less masculine?
Yeah.
Today?
Yeah. Or
yes, I would agree. I would agree with that. I would also say that women are less feminine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So both of the genders are not adhering to their traditional gender roles. So,
which could be like both a good and bad thing, you know, like for me, like I can't deny that there's like certain elements of like cultural progress of like what it means to be a girl that means that I can like be more like myself or have like more freedom, so that being like stigmatized for it that I wouldn't have had decades before.
What more freedom? What do you mean?
Just like sexual freedoms, I guess. I mean,
okay.
like,
So like
stuff, able to like get a divorce, just like more like,
so
not
like
even just like legally.
Are you talking about promiscuity, sleeping around? Because you said sexual freedom.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's still like looked down upon, but nowhere near it would have ever been like in the past, which like isn't necessarily like totally like, which is like in some ways helpful, I feel like.
Okay.
Yeah.
But so the thing is, like, here's what I would say is that most women probably want men to adhere to their traditional gender roles, providing and protecting, but women don't want to adhere to their traditional gender roles.
Yeah, sure. I mean, well, I think like the problem is that like it really is just like subjective. Like as someone, like when I grew up, like I remember growing up being like, I was a radical feminist, like growing up and being like, I don't want to get married. I'm going to have kids with like, like someone from every continent. Like, I don't know, all this shit. Like I was like, just like super, radical. Like, I don't know, all about that. I was like, I'm going to have like my own job, like whatever. Like all of that sort of stuff. Like that was my take. And then like, or at first I was like, I'm never gonna have like kids or whatever. I don't know. And then I just like grew out of it. And then I realized how much I wanted to identify with like traditional feminine roles. Like, no, like what's more, I don't want the career to be the center of my life. I want like my kids to, and like things like that. And so as I like fell into like what I wanted from like more of the feminine roles, that's when I started like specifically wanting a more like masculine role in like my partner. So it's definitely like you can't ask for something and not being able to like provide the compatible like counterpart to it. So I mean, in your response, yeah, like I'm asking for like a more masculine man, like with the like desire to be like more on the like providing for those like feminine roles as well.
Okay, so you want a traditional guy?
Yeah.
Okay. And so what does that traditional guy look like to you? Do you want to you want to have kids?
Yeah.
Do you want to be working, or do you want the guy to provide totally?
They don't have to like provide totally, but I do think like it's helpful to your family to have like the more I like am able to like fully give into my kids, like the more, you know, like that's like in their like best interest. But not that I should just like stay at home and like do nothing all day. Like okay. I'll like pursue my own passions in the same way that I like would want my partner to pursue their own like personal passions as well. But Yeah.
But so, okay, you want a traditional man. Do you consider yourself a traditional woman?
I do now, yes.
You do now.
Yes. When I was growing up, I was like radically like
with the
feminist.
exception of the sexual purity component of being a traditional woman?
No, I like align with that as well.
You do?
Yeah.
But just earlier you said
People change.
Yeah, people change.
fair enough.
That's her past, and her past is her business.
Fair enough.
so.
Okay. We're going to move on. So I wanted to do this a bit earlier on in the show, but before I get into it, we're going to do a couple video reactions, and then I got some other questions. Is there anything dating related that you want to get off your chest? So I'm going to give you guys a couple prompts. So maybe you recently had a bad date experience. Men are pissing you off in some way. There's a trend in dating that annoys you. Frustration, etc.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. See, I'm like recently single, right? And I'm like very new to the dating world. Like I was with this person for 2 years, and like that's really like the only person that I've ever been with, like kind of in all sense. So I don't really know like what guys are like dating, but I guess I would say that I wish they would ask like me on a date.
You want a guy to ask you out on a date?
Yeah, like that's all I want. Like I don't want it just to be like how fast can I like get. I feel like it's all about like sex, which is kind of sad, which I mean people have different things that they want, but I feel like it's like you should get to know someone first, and like I think a date is really sweet. So
okay,
yeah.
so you'd like a guy instead of just saying come over,
yeah, like
let's hook up, what are you doing at midnight?
Yeah, like call, make a
Set
dinner
it up.
reservation, pick me up, like that's
Okay, and then should he pay for the date too?
Okay, so I used to be like in my past relationship, I would split the bill. I would actually pay for the bill a lot of the times. I would buy dinner a lot, and like I think when you're in a relationship it should be more equal, but like when a guy's taking you on a date, I think it, for me personally, it shows that he's willing to like invest in me. Like damn, I'm not worth a $20 meal. Like that's kind of like a little bit heartbreaking, and like I said, I like more traditional roles. So I'm more of like a traditional woman myself. Like you said, you have to like upkeep that. I can. You know, so like I think it just shows that they're willing to invest in you, and that's just, if you can't spend $20 on me, then like how are you going to be a good boyfriend? Like you're cut.
Okay. Sure. But no, that's totally fair. I think definitely the sort of dating meta as it is now, it's not let's do the traditional date, but I think a lot of that is due to a lot of men have been burned when they've tried to do the right thing and say, hey, let me take you out on a date, and then they get, okay, I'll tell you guys my experience from me trying to do the right thing, right? So 50% of the time the girl will flake 1 to 2 hours before the date. Even if I've set it up days in advance, I say we'll meet here this time, 50% of the time they flake.
And that's like that's
So-
not the girl for you. Then she's trash, or like then that's
But-
I look down on her.
But if it's something that a lot of men are encountering, then they're going to start adjusting how they're approaching dating if it's so frequent that they get flaked on. And by the way, a lot of the time it's some bullshit fucking excuse, and then you check their Instagram later that night, they're at the fucking boat party. So like, we know, the thing is like a lot of women say, oh, guys don't want to commit. Why are guys so commitment phobic? When our experience with dating women, a lot of y'all can't even commit to a first date.
Well, I'm gonna like break your heart a little bit, but like she's probably not that into you. Like if she flaked
Sure.
like that, then she just doesn't
Yeah,
really like
well,
you. I'm sorry.
No, so a plan came along, another plan came along that to her was probably more exciting than going on a date with me.
Then she
So-
doesn't like you, and she doesn't want a relationship. That's like point blank, period. Like,
Well, I mean, you probably shouldn't
and you don't
you shouldn't let it get that far.
Well, also like you don't.
You shouldn't agree to go on a date only to cancel. Even from like a friend perspective, if you agree to meet someone somewhere and you cancel an hour beforehand, maybe I'm old fashioned, that's fucking rude.
I think it's rude too, but
It's
it also
super rude.
Like so we were kind of generalizing men, right? You're totally generalizing women right now. And
I'm not saying all women. No, I'm not saying all women. I said of my experiences, probably 50% of the time women will flake within a few hours of the date.
Yeah.
And it's like some bogus fucking excuse. Either they get cold feet or a hotter guy came along, because women have a lot of fucking options.
It's not the hotter guy. I can tell you as a flaky woman myself, which I'm not proud
me
to
too, me
say.
too.
I am not proud to say that, because there are genuinely like really good guys out there, and I just know that like this date will be great if I just go on it. But it's genuinely like this. Okay, I can't speak for other women, but me, whenever I flake on a guy, it's me getting cold feet and just being too nervous to follow through with it. Because like we're just as nervous as you guys. It's just like somehow guys have the willpower to push through, especially because if you made the plans, that is really fucked up. I would say like if I'm gonna flake on a guy, I'm gonna do it like at least a day in advance, not an hour before, because that's just really fucked up.
It is, especially like if a girl gives me a bit more advance notice, like the day before, at least then I can like
Make new plans.
fucking finagle some other shit.
Yeah.
But you flake on me an hour before,
Night's
bruv, I'm not.
ruined. Yeah.
It's a wash. No other girl. Like I'm not gonna get another girl. So
Yeah, that's fair. But like, I don't even think it's like a personal thing. A lot of the times, like I could be wrong. Maybe other flaky girls have different things to say. But as a flaky girl, I would say like it's just us being too like nervous to follow through with it. And I don't even know what it is, because like from the few dates that I have gone on, I've never had like a terrible, horrible, traumatizing experience. They usually go just fine. It's just the idea of actually committing to that first date is what's scary. And then like sometimes I'll like really like the first date, and then they get another date and it's like, wow, I had nothing to be afraid of. But like it's really just getting them to push past that initial like not wanting to meet you. And I think a lot of it for girls, like if it's a dating app especially, or they haven't met you in person and they don't know what you're like, it's just the like idea of not knowing that person whatsoever. Whereas if like someone that I had met before, even if it was just like randomly, if they asked me on a date, but just because I already know them and like what their like persona is kind of like, I'm a lot more likely to say yes to that than a complete stranger. So I think it's just being a stranger.
Shit's still annoying.
Yeah,
and it's still fucking
that's
annoying.
True.
But yeah,
not
I think
defending it. I'm just saying like it's not even you. It's just flaky girls being flaky girls, which sucks. I won't say it's okay. Like we're not okay for that.
like I've maybe flaked on a girl once, twice, and like had legitimate excuses. But it seems like, and I've had a lot of guys tell me this, like they have pretty similar experiences where it's just some bullshit. Oh, I'm tired. Okay, you're fucking. So am I.
Yeah.
I'm probably more tired than you, but I still made time. Okay. Anyway.
Calm down, Brian.
So okay,
He was going off over there. He had something off his chest.
Well, okay. The other thing with the flakiness is that like beyond just romantic shit, getting girls on this podcast. Let me tell you guys, for the past dozen shows, I've had at least every show 2 to 4 girls will flake with like a few hours before the show, and then today we had two no call no shows. So they didn't even say they weren't going to come. They were scheduled to come, confirmed, just no showed. Didn't even let me know. So, I mean, it kind of does start grating at you a little bit, because it's obviously frustrating, especially trying to schedule something like this. So, anyways, so okay, your thing is it's annoying. Guys are not being traditional. And then, do you want to come in on this on the your something you want to get off your chest, dating related? I could come back to you if you want.
Yeah.
Anything
come
going
back
on?
To me.
Okay.
I've talked a lot already. I feel like
Okay.
we can come back.
Anything bad date? Anything dating related you want to get off your chest?
If you're a sneaky link, stay a sneaky link. Don't try to get out of the sneaky link area. That's
Know
my
your
thing.
place.
Like, you know, like if you're a sneaky link, that's what you're there for. So, can you hear me now? Yeah, I hate how like if you're a sneaky link, you try to like move out of there and try to like, no.
So you've had experiences where guys were your sneaky link and they wanted something more serious.
Yeah, and like
or
with
was it you that wanted something more serious?
No, they did.
They did.
And I'm like, okay, with what I do for like from promoting, like it's hard for me to be in a relationship because literally at the clubs downtown, I basically live there Thursday through Sunday. And so like, it's just impossible for me to date. So like I have a sneaky link for a motherfucking reason, you know? And you should stay like that. Don't try to get out of the sneaky link phase.
Did you tell him that he was just a sneaky link, or did you kind of like, because I think that's a huge issue that guys and girls have, is like they'll have a sneaky link and they'll put forward these feelings because you're like, I want to keep it this way, I want to keep hooking up with them,
right?
That leading them on, and then it turns to either the girl being like, hey, like, can we go out or something, and the guy's like, no, what the fuck, you're just a hookup to me, or vice versa, like how you're saying, where it's just, you know.
Yeah,
I feel like you have to be pretty clear on what's going on.
Oh no, he knows what he is.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
I didn't like write it in paper and have him sign it, but he knows what he is, you know. And I get what you mean, because like I've even been in the position where like I started growing feelings for my sneaky link, so I knew what, because girls, you know, like they start growing feelings because you have a attachment once you have sex with them. There's so much like, you know, and so I feel like. You just need to be like, hey, you're my sneaky link, you know?
Just for people in the chat who might not know what that is, can you just explain what a sneaky link is?
Well, a sneaky link is someone that you fuck when you want to fuck, you know? And there's no strings attached. And that's it, and that's all.
How many sneaky links do you have at the moment?
No, you're not going to do that to me. Danger. All right. Nah, I don't give a fuck.
Do it.
Well, I have one that a current one that kind of beat all of them. Loki. Like
physically?
No, like is runner up right now. So it kind of like he knocked out kind of like the other ones. So like
So how many were there before he knocked out the other ones?
I mean, there's like three.
Ish. 3 sneaky links. Ish.
Yeah.
So 4? 5?
We'll say 3.
Wow. How many do you guys want to answer? How many sneaky links you guys currently have?
I mean, I guess I just have like one. Like, he's just like always there. I guess he like is my neighbor, so I can just walk over to his room.
Oh, that's the best.
Yeah, one as well. But yeah. How about you?
I wouldn't like say I have any sneaky links, because like sneaky links are just like casual hookups. So.
And you don't do casual hookups, right?
Currently 1.
None. I don't do casual hookups.
Luke?
I have 1.
Damn.
Rock and roll. Okay, so anything dating related you want to get off your chest?
Not really. More like she said about like dates and stuff like that. But other than that, not really.
So you want guys to take you out on dates?
Yeah. Yeah.
But you have a sneaky link.
Yeah, but they like.
Should that preclude you from?
No. That's like
date?
she said. Like sneaky link stays like that. You know.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then when we're ready to hang up the gloves and date,
Anything you want to get off your chest, dating related?
It's not really like about dating, but I just feel like here in Isla Vista, as like a student, nobody wants to date. Like here, I just feel like it's all like hookup culture, and like it would be hard to find a relationship here, I think.
I like don't feel the same.
Really?
I feel like you. It's more like hookups.
Why do you disagree?
I just like, I have just had like a few I've had like, I don't know, quite a few experiences where like guys like will just like take it really fast, and after like just like go fast really quickly, and after like I just had to like end something like earlier this past week because it was honestly just like going too fast, and like I don't know, I've had to like cut things off because it was like, I don't know, people want, but like I just got a relationship, so I'm not looking for anything. So yeah. But also I think like if you want dates, it's really about like the boundaries you set with guys, to be honest. Like, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think like guys make like an assessment of the person they're like maybe pursuing like pretty early on. I feel like guys will kind of get away with whatever you let them get away with. So if you like have your standards when you first meet as like will like just meet up at a party, or like you can just come over later, they're never gonna, you can't come back from that. But if your like boundary when you meet a guy is like you're kind of distant, you're kind of hard to get a hold of, but if he's like putting an effort to see you and you like agree to it when it's something you like are willing to like go for, then like that's a date. I mean, it's that simple. It's more just like you need to set boundaries of like how you want to be, like the type of like, you know, treatment when you want to expect. But that's like my assessment of like how guys look at it, to be honest.
Word. So, I mean, I don't know if I want to respond to that. I mean, the other thing I would say is that if you're, as a woman, you can sleep with men that are more physically attractive than you are. So just be wary if you're seeing a guy who's outside of your league, and if you don't have this is why I think it's important women have a fair self-assessment of their own physical attractiveness, because they might not know, this guy's out of my league. If the guy you're seeing is out of your league, he's not going to commit to you. He'll sleep with you, he'll keep you around, because I think where women kind of get into trouble is we'll put women into two different categories. We have the hookup only category and relationship, wife, marriage category. So whereas women, you kind of have, like, for you to sleep with a guy, you're probably going to see him as potential relationship potential. I mean, apparently not with the sneaky link stuff, but it sounds like that's more so because you're very busy. But but I think for most women, like, for you to sleep with a guy, you have to see some potential there. But guys, we'll just sleep with you. We'll sleep with you and keep you around, but we will not commit to you. So, yeah.
I would say that I am no better than a man.
You also
Can separate the two.
You separate the two.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, so we're going to get some, you know what? We have to react to a video, but we do got some super chats coming in, so we will react to the super chats here shortly. So let me see what we have here. Okay, hold on, guys. We were recently featured on Steven Crowder's Louder with Crowder podcast. I guess he reacted to one of our videos. I re-chopped it because someone ripped one of my videos, and then they added this dog shit music, and then removed the watermark, added this dog shit watermark. So I kind of re-edited the video a little bit, but Eric, if you can go ahead and pull up the video, and it's the Crowder one.
All right, so let's watch this first really quickly. There was a group of women on a podcast. This has been making the rounds. And I guess the host, I'm not familiar with it, but the host kind of, called them to task, and they didn't know what to do with it. They're proclaiming what a wonderful thing it is for women in their 20s to not be in relationships. And they use these broad terms like explore themselves. Anyway, just see how this goes down.
I know that they're talking to a bunch of guys, so why would I close myself off?
Wait,
just that one guy. Right?
Can you just put it back a bit, Eric?
Yeah, like why would I take someone seriously?
Put it to 70. Put it back.
Not taking me seriously at all.
Especially because we're all
Eric,
like
put it back. Put it back. No. Yeah. No. That's good. You can play. Sorry, a truck drove by. Is it? And put the volume at 70. No. Yeah. But put the volume to 70. Yeah, it's 70. Okay, yeah, play it.
What a wonderful thing it is for women in their 20s to not be in relationships. And they use these broad terms like explore themselves. Anyway, just see how this goes down.
I know that they're talking to a bunch of guys, so why would I close myself off to just that one guy? Right? I don't know. No, that makes sense. Do you guys agree? Yeah, like why would I take someone seriously when clearly they're not taking me seriously at all?
Yeah, especially because we're all like in our early 20s. Like this is the time
to like explore and find yourself too.
Exactly.
When you say explore and find yourself, does that mean just like get run through by a bunch of dudes? Just
no.
I just want to translate.
Where did you get that?
I'm just translating
literally
here.
Finding who you are. Like
the correct answer is yes. That's what they meant.
Or girls.
Yeah. Yes. Here's the thing. You're like, we're in our 20s. Yeah, the World War II was won by women in their 20s. Like that was a big part of the war effort. Yeah. Like back in the day, women in their 20s were working, they had children, they had established families, they had a home. You don't have to, in your 20s, have a bunch of meaningless relationships and one-night stands. It is true. There is a double standard, just to be clear. There is a double, and it's not that we're setting it. Biology is setting the standard. Men don't have that kind of a window. Men can have kids well into their, gosh, Abraham, I mean, you go like probably into your 90s. I don't know, but I'm sure it can be done. I mean, you need assistance. But you do have a certain window, and if you're saying, oh, I'm going to waste my 20s, and women often get into their 30s and they go, they end up settling. You say, I'm not going to settle for anything less than perfect when you're in your 20s, and then you end up settling for a trash bag in your 30s because now you're up against the clock. And I'm not saying, just to be clear, people use this term slut shaming all the time.
Eric,
no,
can you pause it?
That's not, I'm not.
And just put it center. Okay, so your guys' reaction to that clip, and there's a few talking points he touched on, but do you have an initial reaction to anything he said?
I mean, I think women are free to do it's all preference. Like for me, I do not partake in hookup culture. I don't really do that. But that's a personal preference. Why am I to judge anyone else who does or who doesn't? It's not my place at all. And the fact that men can do it without being shamed is like a little bit, it's a flex. Like some people think it's a flex when a guy has a high body count, but when a girl does, it's like the opposite. Which I think is a little bit unfair.
Is it fair to say life is unfair?
I mean,
is there a reason why it's unfair?
I think for some reason women are looked down upon, but it's they have that freedom the same way men do. And I think the whole point of being a feminist or having for everyone to be equal is to have that choice and to not be judged for what your choice is.
So you think that the double standard is not justified? That men are viewed as studs and women are viewed as sluts?
Yeah, I don't think that's justified. And that's also it's like I said, as I was saying in the podcast, I want a traditional man. I don't do hookups, but I don't judge any of my friends. I don't judge any people that I know. It's not my place to judge anyone at all.
Anybody? I'll respond to that, but I want to let everyone come in.
I mean, it kind of sounds like there's an issue with women, not an issue necessarily, but maybe just some criticism with women not wanting to spend their early 20s doing their own thing. And when you said getting ran through, why can't that be us in our college years working on our career? Why does it have to be getting ran through? Because that's exploring ourselves. I know what you mean though, if you're not in a relationship, what else are you doing? But I would not want to be in a relationship settling down seriously right now or anytime soon. And I'm 21, in my early 20s. Realistically, I don't see myself at that point for at least a few years, unless who knows, maybe I meet somebody super cool and we get married tomorrow. Never know. Doubt it. But I don't see that realistically for myself for a while, and I don't really think about my biology that's going on or the fact that I'm not going to be able to reproduce kids as easily later on down the path. I don't see why that should be a criticism for young women when we should be able to take things at our own pace. Just because men might be more eager or more ready to settle down and they don't want a woman that is still out there single, I don't see why that's our problem, I guess.
One problem, one of the main reasons I distance myself from the feminist movement sort of relates to this, and it's sort of the myth that it's good for a woman to be engaged in hookup culture. That it's good for a woman to be engaged in hookup culture, because I don't think that's true. I think it's pretty damaging for women, but it's somehow advertised as this is good for you, and I cannot see how there would be any that it's necessarily good for women. And then also just the point about honestly my assessment of those girls saying they want their time to explore themselves in their 20s, it would be to sleep around. But the irony that I just feel isn't really told to women is how you really find yourself is by spending time alone. Not the period where I found myself was in high school, when I was never talking to guys ever. That was yeah. So those are just two myths of modern feminism that relate to this that I feel like are like bad for women.
What was the first one that you said? It was that
like hookup culture is good for women.
So why do you think it's bad?
How can sleeping with a guy who has like no like incentive to like pleasure you serve you? I just like don't understand that. Like, if that makes sense. And I think it's advertised as like it's empowering to sleep around, and I don't think it is. I think it's just like, to me in my head, that kind of like serves men like a lot more than it like might serve women. I mean, there's the positive side of it, which is like, don't slut shame girls who are sexual and want to like express themselves sexually. But the bad side is like, I feel like, and saying that like you're like, but I equally have like girlfriends in college who are like shamed for being a virgin, which if that makes sense, like shamed for like not sleeping with guys. I have friends like that. I have a best friend who's like that. You have women that
are shamed for being virgins?
Yes,
probably very rare. But I feel like
I've heard
shamed
men,
by other girls. shamed by other girls who are
by women
feminine.
who are
sluts. Shamed by other girls who think it's like they're confused and they like are doing something bad for themselves by not sleeping with men.
I could see that, because their virginity is probably some sort of a like a looking mirror, and they're like, oh fuck, I'm a hoe. What?
I don't think that's what you meant.
I mean, no.
Well, the women that are judging.
Just that I think we're conditioned to think that like sleeping around is not only like normal as a woman, but good for you. Like you're getting something out of it. You're empowering yourself. You're like, that I think is like spread around. I think that's where it comes from.
Well, I mean, my take on this would be, the only women that would shame women who are virgins must be promiscuous women. A woman who has some degree of sexual purity or is a virgin herself is not going to shame another woman who's a virgin.
Oh yeah, well I mean yeah. Definitely.
Someone who's like has a low body count woman's not going to shame a woman who is a virgin.
Yeah, definitely not.
That's my sense of it, anyways. So
yeah.
Getting some stares from the girls at the table on this one.
I'm lost. Completely. I'm completely lost.
What do you mean? Why are you lost?
No, with just that.
Do you disagree with her?
What? About what she said?
Yeah.
I don't agree or disagree. It's whatever she. I mean, I sleep at night fine if I agree or disagree or not. You know, like it doesn't. I mean, for me, I do it for my own pleasure. You know, so.
Yeah, and when you mentioned like the whole one night stand thing, or you mentioned pleasure. Are you saying, and I think you would be right in saying this, most women are probably more likely to be able to climax with a partner if it's a continuous partner versus just hook up, like, and you said guys aren't particularly focused on women's pleasure
just, like,
in a one night stand.
Like I've had like friends who have been with like a lot of guys, like many guys, and never came like before ever until like, so in my head I'm like, how can you like, what are you getting? You just have to like sit back and be like, what are you getting out of this? Like, why are you doing this? And I think like girls do it because they think it's something empowering. And like in some ways it is, you know, in those like masculine ways of like, oh, the chase, like compiling a list. Like, I can understand why like some types of girls would like get basically just like an ego boost, validation from it. But I think that's just more like turning inward and being like, is like an ego boost worth like my, like, you know, I don't know, like my body.
Yeah.
Anyone want to come in on that?
I think that like the problem with that statement is that maybe girls are empowering each other to like indulge in hookup culture, but as a society, it's a lot more rare for women to be like embracing hookup culture than it is for men. Men, it's almost always gonna be congratulated if they're indulging in hookup culture or getting with a lot of women, but it's a lot more rare for women. And like even from other women, there is slut shaming and like being looked down upon. And I don't think it's necessarily that hookup culture is a good thing, but I think it's just that women should be allowed to partake in that if men are also. Like, it shouldn't be that we're looked down upon for wanting to have that just because we're a woman and we're supposed to be seen as innocent and like low body count. And like, again, I think it's such a highly personal thing that like, if you yourself don't want to be partaking in hookup culture, that is fine, don't. But if you do, not everyone that is like sleeping with just the sleazy men, and not everyone, like just your friends, are like hooking up with all these guys and never coming. Some people have a really great time in hookup culture, but I just think that it's so much more common for women to be looked down upon.
Wait, okay, who's having a great time in hookup culture? I'd say it's not the women.
Really?
I'd say the top tier men.
Yeah, definitely men over women, but that's because men are more commonly taking part in hookup culture
Women
than women.
who are just sleeping with a bunch of guys are probably like the least happy people.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, have some girls try out, like, and just see for themselves, like, how do they feel about themselves and like their life and like what they're like doing with their time by like spending like 3 months taking like dating detox, you know, like no guys, whatever, and then going back into it and like only spending time with guys in like a serious way. Like, just try out like 3 months of like telling guys no when it comes to sex, see how you feel. And like, I just wonder if girls did that, how it would make them feel, like, and which made them feel better about themselves and like their worth and stuff.
I think the need for, or like the thought that women need to hook up, or like you were saying, a lot of women are going into this hookup culture a lot, right? I think it's more of an ego boost for them. Because, I mean, that's how it is for guys, too. It's like, you know, I got with this girl, fuck yeah, bro. Which, that's a whole thing, because it's way easier for a woman to get sex than a man. That's just how it is societally. Like, so I think it's more of like an ego thing. Like, hey, all these guys want me. All these guys want me. And I think women should start saying like, no, bro. Like, you're not that guy.
Well, maybe I'm just horny because that's not me. I don't, you know, like,
but also,
or maybe I'm just horny.
If you're actually getting like pleasure out of it and like you are finishing and it's a good environment, like you were saying, then I think it's fine if you're sticking to one guy.
Yeah.
But if it's like, if you're sleeping with a bunch of different guys,
that's different.
and you're not finishing or you're not getting any real pleasure, like full satisfied pleasure out of it,
right?
It's like, well, what's the point with that thing?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's not me.
But that's like where we're saying, like, if you're a girl in hookup culture, you're automatically having a bad time, which I think is a very negative stereotype that has been portrayed. And I think, like, I prefer, right now at least, while I'm in my early 20s, taking part in hookup culture and doing whatever I want to do rather than just being tied down right now. And, like, I understand that that's not what everyone wants, but, like, I think that it's just more normalized for men to be in hookup culture than it is for women. And I'm not saying that it's a good thing for women to be in hookup culture, not saying that it's a good thing for men either, but I just think that it's way more looked down upon for women than it is for men.
There's a reason for that.
What do you think?
Please tell us, Brian. I'd love to hear more.
Well, so, by the way, and you mentioned a couple of things there. First off, as a woman, you should be, if you want to sleep with a bunch of dudes, you're more than welcome to do it. You're free to do it. But what you're going to run into is guys are going to look at that. If we know that you had a promiscuous past, we're probably not going to take you seriously. Most men, for long-term commitment, for marriage, this is my wife, you slept with 50 dudes, it's a wrap.
Oh, yeah,
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
But the same thing
and
is,
most guys aren't even going to tell you that, though. Most guys can be like, babe, I don't care. I don't mind.
Okay.
Like, you can ask your friends, oh, I don't care about body count. Deep down in their
I know.
in their heart, it's going to be an issue. So you're free to do whatever you want. And men are also free to not want to wife you up, to not want to put a ring on your finger, to not take you seriously because of your past.
Mm-hmm.
Just like women have all sorts of standards, preferences, and boundaries for men, one of the preferences, standards, and boundaries that men have for women is, her past? Was she promiscuous? And for a lot of men, that's a big deal breaker.
And for a lot of women, it's not, because we have been taught that it's okay for men to partake in that hookup culture and to rack their body count up as much as they can. Not that it's okay, because we did have this talk last time. We are allowed to have our own standards, but a lot of us as women look past those standards because of the society's norms of men, that they're allowed to do that. and it's okay for them. And I think that's where the real issue is, not whether it's okay or whether it's not okay, but whether like how we're looking at it really.
Well, yeah, there's definitely a double standard, 100%. I think there's biological reasons for that. So, I mean, well, there's biological and evolutionary reasons why men care about a woman's past promiscuity or current promiscuity, and women care less. I think for a guy, if he's promiscuous and he's sleeping with a lot of women, that means he can get women. Women are kind of attracted. If a guy can get a lot of girls, that says something about him.
Yeah, but girls,
he's attractive.
Plenty of guys will get with like any girl, kind of. Is that what you're saying? That like as a girl,
well,
it's really easy to get like any guy to like want to have sex with you, but as a guy, it's like really hard to get a lot of girls to want to.
That's a great point.
So it's just showing. Is that what you meant?
That's a great point. That's exactly what I was going to say. For men, it's fairly difficult to sleep with women. For women, it's very easy. Like, no guys, you're not going to get congratulated for sleeping with a guy. That's easy. You'll get congratulated for retaining a guy.
You'll get the congratulations for like the
no.
He wants to be my boyfriend, but
women's,
not for the...
So when it comes to the dating marketplace, the women's framework of success is retaining a high value guy.
Yeah.
The quality of the guy that you can retain. If you can sleep with 30 dudes, I mean, that's not, but they never talk to you again, that's not really like impressive. But as a guy, if you can sleep with 30 women, that's kind of impressive, because you must be bringing something to the table. Either you're just really good looking dude, you're confident, you're charismatic, you've got status, or you're wealthy. All these things. As a woman, you don't really need any of those things, even including looks, to sleep with a guy. Even unremarkable women can run circles around like top tier looking guys in terms of looks, in terms of just getting laid, in terms of just having sex. So the sort of metrics are a little bit different. But it's hard for dudes to get laid. And as far as
which is why I think it's a lie in like equality. So like if feminism means equality, then that means it's good for a man to sleep with 50 girls and it's good for a girl to sleep with 50 guys. Like that's where like it just breaks down. That's where I feel like feminism like lies to girls when they say it's empowering. It's like good for you to what? Like give in to this like ego, like this sense of validation. Like why don't you find your self-worth like within yourself of like what you're doing, not like how many like bodies you have. Like that is just like so foreign.
Well, I don't know if anyone thinks of feminism as like your body count, because like that doesn't like seem.
I think a lot of people do. I think a lot of hookup culture and like a lot of like women who participate in hookup culture like do. Like the staple of feminism is like
sexual
I said
liberation.
It earlier. The staple of feminism is seen as like how promiscuous it's acting out your sexual freedom.
I'd have to like disagree in a way. It's not acting out the sexual freedom, but more the ability to do that, because back in the day, feminism, like when things were rising, like women weren't even allowed to do that stuff, kind of be able to be promiscuous in that way.
Well,
and like
feminism was created, it was in the 60s, and it was like because they couldn't like get jobs and like.
Well, okay, I mean, feminism has been going on, I believe, since the late 1800s. You guys can look up the Seneca Falls Convention. There's all kinds of directions we can go with that one, but one of the components of feminism beyond just you had in the early 1900s, you know, there was suffrage, women wanting to secure the vote, and then equal access to the workplace. But a big component of feminism was sort of sexual liberation. So that I think, yes, you're right to say that there's a sexual component to feminism, sexual liberation.
And I mean, either way, I'm just talking about feminism right now in terms of hookup culture. I'm not talking about 1800s feminism, rights to vote, right for divorce. That's not what we're talking about here. I just brought up the point that I feel like modern day feminism is lying to girls when they say sleeping around is empowering you. That's all I was like saying.
I just think it's dumb that like guys are congratulated for like hooking up with a girl, but then like if a girl were to like tell like her friends that, she'd probably be called like a whore or something. But like I used to hang out with these people over the summer, and like this guy, he'd always be like, oh yeah, I just got with this chick, like blah blah blah, and his friends would be like, oh, like good job. But then there was this one girl that was like participating in hookup culture, and they would just like call her a whore and like shame her all the time. And then she would just like come over and they'd be like, hey, oh my God, you're here, like we missed you, and act like they never said that.
Yeah, and like the equality thing, like I don't think it's like feminism is lying to women saying that that's empowering. I think that the actual issue is that men are still judging women for that, whereas it's not the equality. And like if we never reach that level of equality, yeah, it's going to be looked down upon for women, but that's the change that kind of needs to happen, and it's not going to anytime soon. I can guarantee that.
So you don't think that men should judge women if they have a promiscuous past?
Well, I think like men can, yes, that is your own choice, but only if you're going to follow those same standards for yourself. If you're going to hold yourself to those same standards. Don't be a man with 100+ body count looking for a girl with 3 bodies, you know? That's just not fair. Like if you are a guy that wants to stay to yourself, only hook up with a few people, little to none, find a girl that's that same way, that's fine, that's for you. But if you're a guy that's hooking up with a lot of girls, don't judge a girl because she's done the same. That's just where the inequality comes into play.
Yeah, but it's not only men that like slut shame. Like it can be like anyone. It can be like girls as well.
Yeah,
like even
girls
your
as
friends.
well. I'm just talking relationship wise. Like if we're talking about somebody that you're choosing, choose somebody that's like you. Then don't judge somebody because they're not like you. That's just where things turn wrong.
I would actually, on Ella's point there, I would actually say that while men do slut shame, it's probably actually women who slut shame more.
Interesting. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about that.
I haven't experienced that personally.
Yeah. Really?
No, I haven't experienced that girls.
If you're talking, okay.
I haven't experienced that girls like slut shame more than guys. I haven't experienced that. No.
Like not directly, but more like if you tell me, oh yeah, my body count is blah blah, and I go to AC, but like it's always like that.
I think that's fucked up though.
I just feel like
don't be with girls like that.
Girls talk more shit than guys.
Yeah,
do.
100%.
Like girls talk way more than guys.
I don't think you guys have been in like a locker room. I don't know. If you're like my best friend's dating like a basketball player, like her, like that I can tell you they have slut shamed more. Like what she tells me what they talk about is the 1,000 times worse of like a slut shaming than like I've ever heard girls say.
Or it doesn't even have to be your friend, like someone you know, anyone. Like if you're walking down the street
but sure, I agree,
and
like,
people like talk,
you
know, like even guys, they pillow talk, so they tell people, oh, I slept with her. So even a girl down the street, they're gonna be like, oh, I know her, she slept with this, she's a hoe, you know? So like that, like it doesn't even have to be someone close to you, someone that thinks they know something about you and you're walking, you know?
I want to ask a question actually.
Sure.
What's like the longest you've waited till you've had sex with someone, like knowing them? What's the longest you've known someone? Like, does that make sense? My question.
That you like?
Yeah.
And then
like
how long did you wait?
Like, what's the longest you've waited?
Yeah. Why don't you go first?
6 months. Cause I like.
Was that your boyfriend?
Yeah, because I lost my virginity, so I was like really wanted to get to know him.
And you're kind of alluding to it earlier. He's your only partner, correct? Yeah. Okay.
I'd say like a few months. I don't know.
Hold on, Cheyenne.
A few could be anything.
The longest. Okay, a few months. Okay. Yes. Was that your first guy? Maybe we should exclude like first. Yeah. Person, okay. Like just because. Of course, you know. But so you've only had one partner.
Yeah. So I guess no one. Yeah.
Okay. Outside of my like first experience.
Maybe we'll do first experience and kind of. Mm-hmm.
So should we just say like more recently? Like what would I wait?
Yeah, I think. Would you like to frame it that way?
Yeah, like how long would you have you like waited?
Okay, sure.
That's a hard question because like what we were saying earlier, I feel like I'm kind of the same as a guy and like.
I know that hickey's kind of.
Whatever, Brian.
I'm sorry.
Canceled. Like I kind of mentally have a box like guys that I would want to hook up with or guys that would make it past that point. And if it's a guy...
Wait, real quick question on that. So you have 2 boxes, right? You have just hookup box and relationship box. Mm-hmm. Do you make the relationship box guys, you make them wait?
Yeah.
They're the ones. And then the hookup guys right away.
Yeah. And that's the crazy part is like those guys usually like if they're in the hookup box, it's because I don't see them in a way... Like they're not good enough to be relationship-wise. So like maybe I'll let them...
Hit it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But it's like the same for me. Like... I am also a fuckboy.
But wouldn't you wouldn't you rather reward the guys who would be worthy of a relationship? Wouldn't you? To me, it would make sense. You give those guys the sex soon, and then you curve the
Not
fuck
curve
boys.
them, but like I would want them to wait to see if we have a genuine connection before I do that, you know, just because like if it's serious to me, then it's going to be serious to me. But if it's not serious to me, then it's absolutely not. And I just view it as a hookup.
I got to comment on that. As a
Go
guy,
ahead.
that bothers me.
I'm sure it does, but like the guys I'm hooking up with or continuing to like talk to don't know how I view things.
See, like it's one thing if a girl just has a flat standard, like I wait a little bit of time before I sleep with someone, but the moment it's like, Brian, we're gonna wait 4 dates, and then I know that she's slept with or she sleeps with other guys quick.
But Brian, if I was seeing you, you wouldn't know about those other guys ever. That's what I'm saying. Like it would just be me and you.
The chat is crazy.
But it would like in the same way. I guess here's the maybe sort of an equivalent. How would you guys feel if you knew you're dating a guy, and it was kind of like serious or whatever, but it was kind of like you guys just kind of. You went over, you're hanging out in sweatpants, you would watch something. It was a good time, maybe eat a bit of food, watch a movie, fuck, whatever. But you found out that in his past relationship, he took that chick on vacations, he bought her shit, he took her out on expensive, fancy dates, but he's not doing that shit with you. Would you feel a certain type of, you'd be like, why does she get that stuff, but I don't?
Absolutely, but is that not the way that it is? In real life now?
I guess, but so for
sometimes
me, like,
you're that girl that's going on the vacation and getting the dates, and sometimes you're the sneaky link, and that's the places. Like, I'm just saying, like, it's the same for me as it is for most guys. Like, I've kind of learned to use that same evaluation process, and I feel like for me personally, it's gotten me some places because I don't have all of the, like, emotional...
Gotten you some places? What do you mean?
Like, it saved me a lot of trouble from falling for guys that weren't worth it.
By sleeping with them immediately?
By keeping them away from my emotions. Like, maybe they're attractive. Maybe
if you're like not into them, why like see them at all?
Maybe I think they're attractive and I don't want to see a future with them, but I just want to have fun.
They're exciting for the night.
They're exciting for the night. And like, that's how guys view a lot of girls too. So I don't see why it's a problem for like girls to think that same way.
But like, do you get pleasure from like these people who just like see you?
I do. Like personally, I do, because I'm not always seeking that emotional attachment. Sometimes I am, and sometimes I can put that person in the box and know like I really value this person. I don't want to just jump right into sex and like have it be nothing. But if not, like not every person that I come into contact with, I'm gonna date and I'm gonna marry. Like some people are solely hookups, and I think that's okay in my opinion.
So really quick, I wanted to go back to the whole equality about hooking up just for a second, because I want to, you guys have probably heard this before, a master key can open any lock, right?
The key and lock, here we go.
Yeah. So if you've heard something similar to that, it's there's something to that.
Say the analogy.
Okay, so I believe it goes, yeah, you can do it.
I think it goes something like, a key that opens, a lock that opens to any key is a shitty lock, but a key that opens any lock is a master key.
Yeah. Do you think there's any like truth to that statement?
Wait, repeat yourself?
A lock that opens to any key is a shitty lock, but a key that opens any lock is a master key. So basically, essentially, it's very easy for women to get laid, and it's difficult for men to get laid. It's harder for men to get laid than it is for women to get laid.
So you're saying it's like easy to get like ran through, like, well, you're like,
it's easy for women to get laid. Every single girl at this table. Sorry guys, there's a truck passing by. Every single girl at this table right now could get laid tonight with a new guy. Except for Ninja Turtle. Don't, just kidding. I'm kidding. You could do it.
He's right.
No, yeah, that's true.
You have to change out of the costume. Maybe they might think you're crazy.
I could pull in the costume?
Some guys
actually, you know what? Come to think of it, should we do a fit check on the costume? By the way.
Yeah.
Little fit check.
I'm sweating right now.
Oh.
She said I'm sweating.
I'm
dead.
it's kind of cute.
Ooh, girls see through.
I think it might work down.
She could pull. She could, even in a Ninja Turtle costume, you could still pull. Every single girl here.
Guys are easy. Doesn't that mean that you're easy or what?
But the point is that that's why men are congratulated if they can sleep with a lot of women, because it's impressive, whereas it's not particularly impressive for a woman to be able to sleep with a lot of men because it's easy.
Or guys are easy. Like, you're easy.
Guys are easy.
So,
yeah, sure.
But I have the same standards. Like, you're easy if I can sleep with you without even talking to you. Like, you don't know me. You don't know where I've been. You don't know who I am. Like, you're easy.
Sure, I'm easy. If you were so inclined, y'all could sleep with me too. But what I'm saying, the point I'm trying to make, Cheyenne's been giving me the death stare, so I think that's unlikely. But no. So I mean, the point is that it's difficult for men to get laid, and it's very easy for women to get laid. Do you disagree, or what?
You're right. But
I could get any
why
one
is
of you
that
laid.
our problem?
Well,
Genuinely.
it comes down to, how's it your problem? I mean, that's just the reality.
Because
and that's why the double standard
you did say earlier life's unfair.
Yeah, no, life is unfair. Yeah, women, I suppose you have the privilege. I don't know if it's necessarily a privilege, but it kind of is. Like, okay, here we go. Women have dating on easy mode.
No, I mean, like, maybe we can.
You guys have that shit on easy mode.
Okay, like, maybe, like, a woman can have, like, sex really easily, but to actually date and to find a man that's going to commit to you and do all those things is extremely hard. Versus if you're a good man, and, like, the standards for a good man are the bare minimum, you could find a girlfriend like that.
Yeah,
for
that's
a woman
true,
to find a boyfriend, it's like, oh my god.
I mean, I don't think it always needs to. Yeah, I want to hear your thoughts on this, but I agree with that. I think, like, how difficult it is for guys to, like, it's easy for a guy. If a guy wants to find a girlfriend, like, I feel like he'll find it pretty fast. But if, like, a guy wants to find someone to sleep with, like, but in the same way that, like, a girl could find a guy to sleep with, like, pretty fast.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just, like, my impression of it. Maybe it's, like, different from the guy's perspective on, like, how easy or not it is to find a girlfriend.
So I would say, okay, just sleeping with, I don't think there's any disagreement there. Just to get laid, absolutely way easier for women. Yeah. I would say, though, when it comes even to getting a relationship, it's still not to quite the same extent, but it's still easier for women. Because you have the initial stage it's still easier.
I don't know, like, to me, like, if you're like a guy, like, you have a little bit of game, right? You get a girl on a date. Like, girls are so easy to please. Like, just to be nice. Women are easy to please. Like, if you're just nice and, like, buy dinner, like, I feel like you're good to go, like, as a guy. And, like, if she likes you, then it's like,
just buy dinner. That's it, guys. All you gotta do is buy dinner, be nice.
Yeah, the one caveat.
That'll get you a girlfriend, I'm sure.
Yeah, I feel like the one caveat
you need a lot more than that. You need a lot more than that.
It's because girls say...
It's a good start.
You're going to get, as a dude,
like,
you're going to get
not a lot of guys who are doing that. That's, like, why I'm saying that. Because, like...
But be honest, like, girls say what they want is a guy to, like, bring her flowers, like, do all this stuff for her. But I swear, when a guy does that to a girl, she won't... She, like, might be, like, turned off from it.
It's coming for you.
It needs to be, like, the right guy.
There's, like, a little moth.
I mean, yeah, but still, then for a guy, it doesn't have to be the right girl to sleep with. So it is still, like, not the same.
No, you make a good point. But yeah, I mean, even when it comes to, whoops, almost fucking knocked the mic over. Even when it comes to getting a relationship, y'all still got that shit on recruit mode. Y'all got that shit on easy mode.
Well, send me the instructions because I'm struggling. So.
Well, the thing is that you might be going, they're probably.
Don't tell me this.
Do you have any guys in the friend zone?
What do you?
Do you have any guys in the friend zone?
I mean, like, I don't like anybody right now. So.
But there's no guys that are romantically interested in you. You know they like you. They're attracted to you. They're romantically interested in you. But you friend zone them. You don't have any guys in the friend zone.
I mean, to me.
I know you just got out of a relationship, so maybe that's.
Well, like, I don't know because they haven't, like.
You've never
Okay,
friend zoned a guy?
Like, I have like friend zoned a guy. Like,
say the thing you're about
I'm
to
gonna
say.
say something that's like a little bit conceited, but I feel like also like just any girl, like you kind of assume that like every guy likes you. Not like every guy, but like, you know, like if they're being a little extra nice or whatever, like I assume that they like me.
Sure.
So, but it's like they don't really ask like me out or do anything to like necessarily put them in the friend zone. But I'm personally really friendly. That like I'm not gonna be rude. Like I'm not gonna be a bitch. Like I'm gonna be nice to you. And then some guys take that the wrong way and they think that you're into them when it's really not that. But if a guy like expresses romantic interest in me, I am very clear. And like I had a friend who like she friend zoned a guy, but she kept doing like these weird things of like sleeping in his bed with him. Like they wouldn't have sex, but she'd sleep over and like do all these weird things. Like that's mean. Like when you're friend zone a guy, like make it very clear that like you're just friends and don't do anything to allude that you think like you don't want to get. That's mean. Like I think that's really mean. Some girls do that. So yeah.
That's kind of a peculiar one. She friend zoned him, but she would.
Because like he was doing things for her. Like he was being nice to her and like
giving
taking
her rides and shit.
Exactly.
Okay, so the finesse. Okay.
Yeah. So.
Wait, so what? Where were you going with where were you going
You asked me
with
if I
that?
friend zoned guys. Like I haven't really gotten to the point where they like asked me.
Right.
But do I think that there's guys that are being nice to me?
Well, I guess the point I'm trying to make is you said that, well, it's kind of harder for a girl to get a relationship, but maybe it's not with the ideal suitor, but you could pretty instantly, of the men that are in your friend zone, they're ready. But you're just not into them, right?
So then it's
most men don't have like have that degree of, okay, there's just this guy, this chick, she wants me. Okay, I guess I'll be with her. Most guys don't have that. So, well, what's up? What up?
I mean, it's like, yes, you're absolutely right about everything you're saying. Women have much easier access to sex and relationships and stuff. But again, why is it like our thing? Like I feel like that's solely a matter of women having like, because it's not that men aren't as attractive as women. I don't think, like, sure, women are generally more attractive, but like there are attractive men out there and there are good men out there. But I think it's more of like where our standards lie. And like we kind of talked about this the last episode. Like, what were we saying, that women will go above and across, whereas men go.
Oh, women date across and up.
Yeah.
Attractiveness and socioeconomic hierarchies, and then men date down, basically.
Yeah.
Men date across and down.
And I think that's a lot of it is like we might have this accessibility, but we're not really taking advantage of it all the time because we're looking for like someone that's actually in our standards. Whereas men don't always do the same thing. They will go for women that aren't always in their standards.
Let's pull up a Tate clip on this real quick, just because it's related. Eric, if you can switch over to the video tab. Scroll down just a bit to the Tate section, just so I can see. Oh, should we finish this? We'll do the Tate, and then we'll come back to that. Just note the time. I think it's 2 minutes in. So, okay, go down just a bit. Let's do Lonely Men 2. Yeah, that one.
I don't think most women can actually genuinely understand how lonely the majority of men are. And you need to truly understand, if you're Joe Schmo, average in nearly every way, in Starbucks working, you ain't getting a DM ever. You girls will never be lonely. As much as you might be unhappy with the possible suitors, you can at least fuck about and flirt if you feel sad. There are men out here in the world who have genuine loneliness. I mean, I can prove this statistically. Why do you think it's all the men killing themselves compared to the women?
Put it back, Eric. Do you guys want to give a quick reaction to that clip?
I think that's what he said was valid. Dead ass, because I have 8 brothers. I'm the only girl out of 8 brothers.
Mm-hmm.
And
you have 8 brothers?
Yeah.
All like any step brothers or just?
Yeah. So my mom has some and my dad has some.
Okay.
But so maybe that's why I defend. I have a respect for men.
Are they all watching? By the way, are your brothers? Can we shout them out?
Shout
in
out
chat?
to my brothers. There's a lot of them. That's a lot of names.
The familia.
Shout out Shadow. But so like my respect for men hits different. Like and I know how lonely they get. And men are, in society, men aren't supposed to cry. Men aren't supposed to cry. They're not supposed to be depressed. They're not supposed to. So they have like this thing where like they have to hold all that shit in. So that's why I feel for a man, it definitely is. That's why the suicide rate is mostly men for that reason. Women, yes, we get lonely, but like he said, like a man can't show that he is. So for us, we can show it to each other so we can get help. A lot of men have to not be feeling that way, you know? So I believe what that guy said. That shit was facts and valid like a motherfucker.
Did you want to come in on this? I saw you.
Oh, you know what's so funny is that my ex-boyfriend, when I saw him, he told me that he watches Andrew Tate and it helped with his depression. So I feel like that's like, that's a fun fact. I guess it's right. Like I think men, they're not allowed to like show their emotions. And I think like back to the point of feminism, like I would want like the negative societal norms on men to be switched. Like they should be able to express how they feel, and it's like they really can't. So it's sad.
Okay. Ex-boyfriend, like, is that why you guys broke up? He started watching Tate videos?
No, I mean, I'm like pretty chill, so I was like, I don't know. It was for a lot of
you guys want to hear a story? I was like talking to this girl, right? Yeah. And I told her I told her something about Tate, and she's like, "Oh no," and then she canceled our date because I mentioned something. Yeah, guys, don't. If you like Andrew Tate, don't fucking bring that up to a girl, because like, bruv. Anyways,
Don't.
Whatever. Okay. Cheyenne, did you want to?
This is just a random, like, genuine question from, like, all of the talk right now. But, like, it just feels a little off for us to talk about, like, wanting traditional men and, like, them to fill those roles and, like, no painting nails and no dresses and things like that. But then to say, like, yes, they should be able to cry. Because I think crying is one of those things that is labeled as feminism, or like something more feminine that men are traditionally and societally taught not to do because it is for women. And so for us to say like, yeah, that's so sad, like they have nobody and they can't cry and there's such a high suicide rate, that also goes into society's role of not allowing them to embrace those things. And it comes down to the toxicity of it all.
Oh, yeah,
and I do think
society, that's the reason why.
I do think that's absolutely right. Like men don't have as many people there for them, or they're not able to express that in that same way. But it comes down to us breaking down those roles of society, not just what we want and what we don't want. It all plays in together. You
and
can't
then it's
pick and choose.
generational too. I know like my brothers are like that, because in a Mexican household, like you're supposed to be strong, like you're you know, like the guy, he has to be macho, he has to be, you know, so it's actually generationally taught too by a father that you have to be tough, you have to be the bread maker of the house. Like it's also not even society, fuck society, but it's also like a generational curse that's put on them by their fathers as well too. Like he has to grow up to be this man, you know.
And is that, I mean, you have 8 brothers, is that something that you feel was put on your brothers a little bit?
No, they're not. All my brothers are completely different. Most of my mom's baby daddies, they were like one night hookups, you know, and then like one's dead, one's in prison, you know what I'm saying? Like, so none of my mom was like the main, she was a dad, you know, so she raised them, you know, and so like then I just know that from like my father, from my uncles, how they were raised by my grandpa and by their fathers, is because they were raised to be like, you have to be like this. So.
Sure. We are behind on super chats here, so I got to get to a couple super chats, guys. If you want, guys, get them in, $10 and up. By the way, just a reminder, $500 super chat. I will shave my beard in the style of your choice. Stifler asked the ladies to rate themselves on a scale of 1 to 10 really quick. We can do that.
A 10. I'm a 10.
You're 10? Okay.
Personality. Yeah.
Looks, though.
Probably like a 9.
8.5.
Like looks or like overall?
Looks.
Maybe like a 9.
And then overall?
It's 10.
Okay, 9 looks, 10 overall.
I'm at a 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10.
I'd say like 8. I don't know.
You guys are selling yourself short.
Yeah, I'd probably say like 9. I feel like I'm just like some average blonde. I don't know.
Wait,
Like,
9?
yeah. Well,
Average blonde,
just
but
like
9.
Yeah, well, all blondes are like really pretty. Like, I think that like everybody should dye their hair blonde. I don't know. I just like for the summer. I don't know.
She said, no, I agree.
And then like dark for the winter. I don't know.
Well, everyone should be blonde.
Okay.
Not everybody.
What about you guys? What do you think?
Luke, do you want to answer this one?
I think like a 8.
Oh, 6.9 on a good day. If I had a Ninja Turtle costume, maybe 7.3.
I would say 10 if you were in a
if I had a
Ninja Turtle costume.
Ninja Turtle costume. Okay, matching outfits. I see you. All right, super chats. Oh wait, we already got this one. Hold on, guys. Getting to the super chats. I think this is where we left off. She said she doesn't want a dominant man, but doesn't even know what dominant means. Being dominant just means taking the lead, not bossing you around. Sorry, guys. We're just getting to the super chats now. So I know we were talking about this like an hour ago. But Shell, thank you for the Canadian $10. Yeah, I mean that's my sense of what dominant means too. And Eric, can you just put it center for us, just during the super chats? So, yeah, my sense of dominant is just it's not being bossy, like. And also, like, so, okay, you have dominant, submissive. Submissive isn't something that's, like, forced or taken. Submission is something that's given. So, yeah, it's basically just taking the lead in my purview.
I mean, even if it means taking the lead, I think that's still not necessarily what I would want personally. So, still same answer. If I don't know what dominant means, sorry, I'll Google it next time. Okay. SME with the $5. Okay, yep. Sorry, just a reminder, guys, $10 and up. Chase Paisley with the 1111. Okay, he is also OCD like me, just with the numbers. Can you put it center, Eric? Ask Tara and the rest of the ladies who make better lovers, right-wing men or left-wing men? Okay, we're finally getting it to it, Chase. I don't know if you're still in the chat, but okay, so Tara first, and then we'll let the other girls respond.
Just from like personal experience, like I'd have to say
right-wing men are better in bed. Okay, Chase Paisley there. You've only dated one guy, but he likes Andrew Tate. So was your boyfriend? Was he?
I think I don't.
Left, right.
I don't think that determines whether you're good or not. Like.
What was your boyfriend? Was he conservative guy?
I guess you'd say he's more on the conservative. Like he.
Trump voter.
No, he didn't vote for Trump. But
stormed the Capitol.
No, like not like that, but like I don't know.
Okay.
Like,
I also don't think it matters. I don't think that political stance has anything to do with your sexual ability, but I've pretty much only been with like left-wing men, so I think I would have a biased answer. My only right-winged man was my first boyfriend, and I hate that guy.
Good times. Okay. Nope. Okay.
As long as they don't like extreme one side or extreme the other, I don't really.
I feel like it doesn't matter. Like I've never like met a guy and asked him like his political standpoint. I honestly don't know like the people like who I've like talked to or anything. I don't know like where they stand.
Luke, right-wing men or left-wing men?
Can we change it up to left-wing women? Okay.
Do you have to go? No worries. Hey, thank you for coming. Wait, you have a call or? Yeah, I have to go. Oh, but you are leaving though. Yes. Well, thank you for coming. Have a good rest of your night.
No, I think. Yeah, again, I don't think there's a difference in it.
I got an answer for this, man.
Okay, what is it?
Bro, okay, so I'm center left. I'll pull it back up here. I'm going to say it, fucking liberal chicks are fucking crazy as fucking bad. I'm just going to say it. Someone a few podcasts ago says SSRI pussy is the best pussy.
I think I saw that actually.
But I mean,
What does
Okay,
SSRI mean?
I had
That's an antidepressant.
yeah, it's,
category,
it's an
right?
antidepressant.
Yeah.
Selective serotonin reuptake
Reuptake
inhibitor.
I had a right-winged girlfriend, and she was the most vanilla chick I have ever met. It was, yeah.
Oh, but like super. It depends though. Like, first off, I don't even want to like mess with super woke chicks, but like HR chicks, nah. But like, the thing is that there's not a lot of. Sorry guys, there's a truck passing. Honestly, like living in California, living in Southern California, living in Santa Barbara, most of the women I date are super left-leaning. So, yeah. There's some based moderate chicks though, but yeah, not honestly, I don't really. And a lot of conservative women are also like super religious. So a lot of them are like waiting till marriage. So, yeah,
I'll put it this way. The right-wing girlfriend, she kind of fell into the whole like, gender norm, like, if that makes sense, lays there and takes it, versus the more left-winged women, which are like kind of down for whatever. I kind of fuck with that.
So it seems like guys want like this more like conservative like girl to be dating, but like in bed they want this like wild liberal girl. So is it like you want best of both worlds, or is it like your short-term versus long-term like interests?
I want someone who can show the same level of respect that I give them, and who's also a freak. That's what I want. I don't care. I don't care if you are left-winged or right-winged, as long as you have like the same common decency to put forward the same respect that I'm giving you. It's like, then I can, that's a relationship to me. There should be trust and there should be respect.
Also, just living in Santa Barbara, like there's really not a lot of conservative women.
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of like, I'll date a conservative woman. I'll date a liberal woman. Like I'm pretty center left, I'd say, ish. I don't know. I don't believe in like, cause I don't think you should be able to, if you know someone's position on one political issue, I don't think it's a good look that you can guess their position on all the rest. But that kind of is the case. So for me, it's like, if you really wanted to suss out my leanings on politics, you'd have to like go down the list one by one with me on each of the issues. But yeah, there's just not a lot of conservative women and in Santa Barbara, and but super woke chicks, I don't know. But like, I don't know, moderate. I think most people are pretty reasonable. So, yeah. Richard Joy with the Canadian $10. Hello, there are two other girls that I think that would love to talk. So let's get to another. Okay, so this is from a while ago. I still would like my second super chat question answered. God bless America. I think we got to it, Richard, right?
You missed it.
What do you mean?
You did 3, and you missed the middle one.
Which one?
This one.
I did? Oh shit, my bad, man. Sorry, Richard. Sorry. If you started dating man and then somehow it came up that he spent time with escorts, would that be a red flag? Yeah, I did miss that one. My bad, guys. It came in like as I was reading the other one, so it just kind of slipped through the cracks. So, ladies, would you date a guy who slept with an escort?
I wouldn't date him, but I wouldn't judge him for it either. Like, I guess I would judge him for it to the extent that I wouldn't date him, but like, that's his life. But
I don't know. I really don't know. I haven't encountered that situation, so I don't really know how I would react. My initial reaction is probably wouldn't be as down, just because like, why are you paying for company with other women? That's a little odd. I wouldn't pay for the company of a man, so I wouldn't want my partner to be doing that either.
Yeah, that'd be a no. I feel like.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
I wouldn't. I feel like that's kind of just weird.
Yeah.
Like.
Okay. So, I should have maybe asked this question first. So, should someone's past matter?
if your past involves paying escorts, then yeah, it does.
So to a certain extent.
Yeah, it's a little different than like.
Because this question is kind of related to body count. So men care about women's past when it comes to your past promiscuity, And it sounds like most of the women at the table here, you care about a man's past, not fucking hookers.
Yeah.
And prostitutes.
It's a little different
Maybe
from
just for
like,
safety reasons, but I guess safety reasons goes both ways as well.
Could go both ways, right? I mean, if you've been promiscuous, then
yeah, that also goes like the same way.
Yeah.
Well, I just feel like I wouldn't want to be like hooking up with somebody who has like the mindset to pay people to have sex with them. Like that's just so weird to me. I don't know.
It's very different than like organically meeting a lot of people and having a lot of sex. Like it's a bit of a different story.
Really quick, if you guys had to wager, what percentage like of the breakdown of the genders in terms of who is having to pay the opposite sex to get sex, would you say it's maybe 99% men that are paying professional women, maybe 1% of women,
even OnlyFans,
maybe even less?
Even OnlyFans is a form of like they're paying a subscription to. Like,
sure.
I mean, it's not as extreme as an escort, but like I don't know how many men have pay for OnlyFans, but it's probably a lot, and that's I think.
Well, what's the gender breakdown? What would you say, like 99.99% for the prostitution thing?
Yeah.
Bro, I don't know any women. You don't need a prostitute as a woman.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I would want to say that sounds about right, but then I'm thinking like the world is so huge. Like maybe there's 5% of women out there actually paying for male escorts. Maybe. I don't really know, but like maybe.
It's probably less than 1%.
Yeah.
But like, why as a man are you paying for escorts? Like why can't you find people on your own? Like what's wrong with you?
it goes back to it being hard for men to get laid.
Yeah, but
I know that might blow your
point?
like what's that?
Like that you have to pay someone?
Like to that extent, like that it's so hard for men that they have to pay people to have sex with them. Like
Well,
I don't think it's that hard.
Like sad.
If
It's a bit sad.
The guy that asked
Whoa.
this is probably crying right now.
What? I mean, it's interesting that you guys are coming to this, but like, yes, I mean, this plays into the Andrew Tate clip before. There are men out there that are genuinely lonely, that cannot get laid.
Then I feel like they should just use that money that they're paying the prostitutes, use that money for a therapist, not like. Going to therapy is not gonna help a guy get laid.
I mean, something must be wrong with you if you can't be.
Or you could just be super unattractive. Here's the thing: is that. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. If you want to continue your point.
I mean, I don't want to like put that to the extreme, but like I think there's someone for everyone. Like whether it takes a long time or like whatever, like. I don't know like what point it's coming to that. Like if you're paying someone because that's like a sexual fantasy of yours, then that's like fine. But like if you're paying for someone because that's like your last resort, then like, I mean, but it's also a big business. So I mean, they have a lot of clients. Like there's a lot of men doing it.
Well, yeah, I mean, the market is there for prostitution. So clearly there are men. If there wasn't a demand for it, women would not be providing. But there's a huge market for sex workers, OnlyFans, strippers, porn. All of these things are predominantly consumed and purchased by men. Yeah. So that has to suggest something to you. If men were getting laid frequently, easily, they wouldn't be consuming porn and OnlyFans and going to the strip club and having prostitutes to such a degree as they are. Mm-hmm. If dudes were just getting laid, like they wouldn't be getting chicks OnlyFans. Yeah. They wouldn't be buying their OnlyFans. Mm-hmm. So the fact that OnlyFans exists to me suggests that men are super struggling to get laid.
Yeah. But I think that could be a societal thing, maybe not like.
And yeah, are there also not like married men with kids subscribing to OnlyFans and going to the strip clubs and stuff? So like they still have access to it, but yet they still want more. Mm-hmm. They still want that pleasure.
Well, actually, I mean, you could say that married men probably dead bedroom. So they're married, they have a wife, but they're not fucking anymore. Or it's so irregular, and that's usually, sometimes it's driven by the men, but usually a dead bedroom is driven by the woman. You hear that a lot with marriages. Guys, don't get married. We're going to get into that in a sec. Yeah, so how did we get onto that? Oh, we were responding to the super chat or whatever. But it's interesting. It blows your guys' mind, right? That guys are resorting to prostitutes to get sex.
Well, I feel like the girls who do like OnlyFans and stuff, like they're doing it because they need money. Because personally, if I were to receive money, like if I were to receive money for having sex with somebody, I would feel worthless. Like I would not want somebody to pay me to have sex with them. Unless I was extremely broke. Well, even if I was extremely broke, I would find a different way. But like,
well, I can't imagine it's a great feeling to fuck a prostitute.
By the way, I think you guys went kind of to the extreme on like he has no other resort, where I think a lot of the like revenue that strippers are making is through like guys
You
just
said
wanting
escort, not stripper.
Okay, escort.
That's strippers are just dancing.
You're right. So, okay, well, I meant escort.
Okay.
Escort or prostitute, a lot of their revenue is coming from dudes that are just trying to go out and party, not necessarily they have no other options.
Maybe if it was like something his friends like did for him as like a super duper special birthday, it's like not a deal breaker or something. I don't know. Maybe if it was like just something there, it wouldn't be like a hard deal breaker. I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of, like on your point, that if it's not the act of like, because I've heard of like guys like guys that can get girls will still like have their friends will like take them to the strip club or like go to Tijuana or something and like get with prostitutes there. Like I've heard stories of that, and these are guys that like could get with like girls as like part of this party thing. I mean, for me personally, it's still probably like concerning, just like that's like what they think is fun, but. Yeah, but I guess, it is, we don't have to take it to the extreme. We could take it like...
By the way, I'm not saying that it shouldn't be a deal breaker, right? I don't see a valuable reason or a fucking any reason to have to pay for sex. By the way, OnlyFans is stupid. That might be a hot take, but I think OnlyFans is the dumbest thing ever. Like, guys.
You mean guys paying for it?
Yeah. Dude, you guys have Pornhub. Rub one out. Go to the gym. Chill the fuck out. Why are you, like, fiending over these girls that you're never going to talk to?
Dude, you know, I've been like you don't understand how many DMs I get asking, even reading the chat. They say, where's her OnlyFans worth? I've had multiple like OnlyFans agencies. You know, that's a thing?
Yep.
Agencies where they try to recruit me to be part of OnlyFans, and I obviously deny because it's like, but it's
so
there's such a big, like the DMs.
I know there's a huge thing. Guys, if you're that desperate, chill okay. Again, I can't talk because I've never had that, like, experience.
You're such a Chad.
But fuck OnlyFans. Dude, just, again, rub one out. Go to the gym. It's not that fucking hard. Why are you, like...
Facts, I mean...
Oh, my God.
Well, I would say, like, so I definitely don't recommend men pay for OnlyFans, but I understand kind of why some men do it, because there's a component of, like, there's an interaction component on OnlyFans where the men are, like, I guess they can message with the girls and they get, like, some degree of attention. That's how attention-starved men are. And then there's also just, like, there's some guy, like, I guess you can put in requests and shit. So, like, for some guys, that's fulfilling some sort of thing, or there's a certain type of girl. And it's also kind of like the girl next door sort of thing, too. Like, you're fucking...
Yeah, it's like that you know her. I could see
like
why it's, like, kind of different.
Yeah.
If it's,
so,
like, someone you, like... You know, it's a bit more approachable. They're like you see their entire life. Like if.
But yeah, don't pay for porn. Don't pay for porn, guys. That.
I see how it's different. I obviously don't approve of it, but like I see why it's like different than that.
Yeah.
Here's the best advice I can give for that. Instead of paying $20 a month for an OnlyFans, pay $20 for a gym subscription. Work out, get a good body, and then fucking
fuck, dude. Can you do the Ziz for us?
Yeah, I can do the Ziz for you.
Fucking Myron.
Go to the fucking gym, bro. Get off your ass.
Can we do like a try? Can we see a try? Dude, holy shit, man. Are you on gear, dude?
No.
Okay. Fuck, Myron. Okay. You're very passionate about the
I just, yeah, it's such a stupid fucking website in my opinion.
He just single-handedly ended OnlyFans with that one
stop
rant.
paying for OnlyFans.
By the way, I just would like to take this time to announce that I have acquired onlyfans.com/whatever. So subscribe. It's coming soon. It's in the works, guys. Luke is he's gonna do some like tasteful shirtless photos on my OnlyFans. Okay, so let's see. We got Elder Scrolls 333. Thank you for the $10 soup chat. Good to see you back, man. Jasmine, right? Let's go out on a date. I'm asking you out. Will you accept this rose? Are you gonna go out with Elder Scrolls 333?
I think I'd have to like at least see what he looks like first. Like I have to politely decline.
What if he's nice and buys you dinner?
Yeah, then yeah, but like.
Okay, her DMs are open. Okay. Everyday Edgar with the $10 soup chat. If your body count is above 5, then you can't just say that was your past and pretend to be a traditional woman now. Everyday Edgar, good to see you back, man. It's been a couple shows. Thank you, man. Yeah, if you're... The thing is, there's this saying, I'm trying to remember how it goes, something about... This is from Myron Gaines. I've heard from, maybe he got from somewhere else, Myron from Fresh and Fit. Men are concerned with a woman's past and women are concerned with men's future. So I don't really know, but anyone have Sweden? Do you have a response to Sweden? Ella, my bad. Ella Malmo.
Can
you respond in Swedish, by the way, to this?
Sure.
Okay, do it. They want to hear you speak in Swedish. Go.
Okay, but I forgot what your question was.
Everyday Edgar.
I can't see. My eyesight is too bad.
There's this trick if you go like this.
No, she has a different trick.
No, yeah, I'm not doing it.
Or you go like this.
Yeah, that's my trick.
Do it.
Oh my god, no way.
It works.
If your body count is above 5, then you can just say
if you
that was your past and pretend to be a traditional woman now.
Okay. Do you want to respond in Swedish, your native tongue?
Oh god. You're aware that it's been a while since I spoke Swedish, right?
What's that?
It's been a while.
How long has it been?
Like
an hour.
An hour?
She said an hour.
Like 2 months maybe?
So you've just forgotten Swedish.
No, but okay, so think that if you don't speak English, don't you only spoke, I only spoke Swedish at home and the rest was just like English or Spanish.
Everyday Edgar, I'm sorry she doesn't want to speak Swedish. But
okay,
you know what?
Yes,
actually,
I can speak Swedish, go.
It's kind of the super chat's kind of the Swedish flag colors with the, okay.
Thank you. Okay, right. So in Swedish, see, I only forgot the question. Like my mind is.
All right. There we go. Okay, Richie Rich with the $10 soup chat. Ladies would date a guy who's would date a guy. Can you guys, Richie Rich? I like your little avatar, by the way. Ladies would date a guy who's had a sexual past with men. So would you date a guy who's slept with men?
Sure. Yeah. If he treats me right, what's the problem?
I would.
I would not. I probably would not.
Why?
Well, I don't know. It's just, well, it depends. Like, if he identifies himself as gay.
Bisexual. Let's say he's bi.
Okay, fine. Well, I don't know. It depends. No,
okay,
probably.
Here's his sexual past. He was a bottom, and he, posture check, by the way.
Let's just say you have a one-way ticket to saying yes to getting
Wait,
paid.
Izzy, posture check. Posture check, Izzy. Okay, sorry, you were, okay.
You were just blocking her frame. Sorry.
No, you're good. Do you want to answer the super chat, Izzy?
I guess it would just depend. Yeah. I mean, it depends on the situation and like.
He's a bottom. And like.
No.
He like gave dudes head.
Dudes or dude?
Dudes. He gave dudes head.
Probably not, because then it's like.
So you got a picture like
Like, I'm like, he tried it and like he didn't like it. Like, that's fine. Like, but I don't.
I would literally have a guy like. If a guy I was dating, I don't know how to explain this, but it's also just how I feel. But like, if I was dating a guy and like, I would rather have him like cheat on me than like turn out to be like, whoa, like gay. Only because
like gay in the past. You'd rather have him cheat in the present than you found out, oh, in the past he sucked some dick. What if he was like part of a bukkake?
Yeah. What?
He was in like a bukkake and it's just like.
Yeah, no, it's a no. It's a no. Like, I just, only because it's sort of confusing to me. It's like, one, it like sort of invalidates like our chemistry, I feel like. And then like, I don't know, I mean, cheating also would maybe like invalidate the chemistry, but I don't know. I mean, yeah, that's just my like personal, I'm just like gonna like be honest. That's just how I feel. I literally like had those conversations like in the past of like, would just, yeah. I would just take it personally, honestly.
Something like that happened to our roommate, and she doesn't know.
What?
She doesn't know?
Is she watching this?
Probably not.
Hopefully not.
No, hopefully not.
Never mind.
Well, you had quite a reaction to that. What's going through your mind right now?
That's just crazy that she doesn't know. That's the only thing that's like so flabbergasted.
Yeah, like she doesn't know that her boyfriend like was with the guy. Or like cheated on her.
Wait,
which one?
Yeah, which?
Wait, the boyfriend cheated or just in his past hooked up with a guy?
I wouldn't really say the boyfriend.
Not the
cheated.
boyfriend.
Wait, what?
The boyfriend didn't cheat. Let's just say
She
she's
had
not
a fun night.
So she
Something like that.
With a girl?
She cheated on her boyfriend with a guy that was like closeted, and he like still is.
Oh.
Wait,
so does the boyfriend know?
No. Well, she knows.
So
he
if your
cheated.
roommate's oh.
Wait, she cheated on her boyfriend with a dude who's gay.
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly.
Whoa.
Okay, first of all, bro, if you're watching this, get the fuck out of the house. Jesus Christ.
They don't know
Wow.
they don't know how many roommates they have. This could be like any guy.
We have like
That's true.
6.
Yeah,
Okay.
so.
Okay, moving on. Let's see. Richard Joy with the subsequent 10 Canadian dollar super chat. Thank you, man. This is why I completely agree with Brian. Sneaky links means you're a promiscuous girl. God bless America. Word?
Word.
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 Yeah, man. God bless America. Okay, thank you, man. But hold on, how are you saying God bless America and you're super chatting with Canadian dollars? Yeah. You treasonous.
Fake.
How dare you? What kind of car is in your avatar, by the way? Is this a Miata?
Or is that
Do you drive a Mazda, sir? How dare you? Okay. Captain Levi with the $10 super chat. A promiscuous woman is as dangerous as falling into a narrow well. She hides and waits like a robber, eager to make more men unfaithful. Proverbs 23, 27, 28. Word? Is this actually in the Bible? Or are you just writing this shit? You know, I did hear something in the Bible that it goes along the lines of, as a man, it is better to sleep on the roof of your house than to be married to a quarrelsome woman. Apparently that's a thing in the Bible. The Bible was pretty based. I'm not gonna lie. Okay.
Stop.
Davon Jackson. Hey man, good to see you again. Thank you for this $10 super chat. Not here for a long time today. Missed most of it, but I'll watch the answers on playback. Would the ladies date a man that used to pay for sex in the past? I have a follow-up, but oh well. So, Davon, thank you for the $10 super chat. Someone already super chatted that, but man, good to see you. I don't know if you're still in the chat, but feel free to ask another question. And if we can catch it, and it's not if you want to just send a regular message, we'll just treat it as a super chat. Richie Rich with the $10 super chat. Not wanting to marry a promiscuous woman is similar to not wanting a car at 100,000 miles.
I don't like when we start comparing women to physical, like the key in the lock and the car. It's like, when this is a human being with feelings and a life, like why are we comparing this to a car?
Well, I mean, there's this term called an analogy that is sometimes used, you know?
Yes, but like,
You know,
even so, like he's saying like, I wouldn't want to get a car with 100,000 miles, but like, if he himself were a car, he would probably have 100,000 miles. And if he doesn't, then get a car with less miles. That's on you. Just don't buy that car.
But women want to date men who are experienced.
That doesn't
Not
mean,
always.
That doesn't mean like
You date a virgin? You'd sleep with a virgin?
I have multiple times.
How many
Not the
virgin? How many
best.
how many men have you taken their virginity?
Devirginized? Probably like 3 or 4.
3 or 4?
No, actually, it's 3 exactly, because I am at 4 and it's not 4.
Wait, you're at? What do you mean you're at 4?
Body count of 4.
Your body count's 4.
I told you this last time.
I forgot. So wait, hold on. Okay. Should we do? The chat's been asking for body count. I guess we could go around the table really quick on body count. What's your body count?
1,
4,
6,
6,
3,
7.
Multiply it by 3, and that's the real number.
Wait, what is yours, Brian?
Yeah.
Have we ever asked that?
I'm a man of God.
What does that mean?
I do not kiss and tell. I do not. I'm very discreet. I don't reveal my body count.
Dude.
We just
Fuck
did.
you. Like, actually.
Yeah.
What?
God.
Why?
Actually.
Why? What's wrong? What?
If
we all answered the question.
If we had the option
Yeah.
to be like, I like just didn't know that was an option. If that was an option, I was like, oh, I don't want to say. Like,
I think
I don't know.
I think in the last show, like,
How about you guys
5 out of
guess?
Yeah, 5 out of the 6 girls said they didn't want to answer.
Yeah, definitely girls
So-
said no.
Can I guess?
Yeah, you can guess.
Does the chat have any good guesses? What are they throwing
They
out?
said 7.
7?
Chase,
I think a little lower.
Chase, don't tell them.
Chase knows.
Chase knows.
Chase, let us know.
Don't do it, Chase. Don't tell them.
I think if I was to guess, I would say you're probably at about 6.
Wait, but you had but you were.
That's so off, or what?
So you've had your YouTube career for 10 years? Do like girls come up to you and are like, oh my god, like you're like that guy?
Like, do you get a lot
I'm
of pussy
still,
or not?
Honestly, I'm still waiting for like a fangirl. I've never had like a fangirl like, oh my god, Brian.
I'm sure they're out
Your
there.
fucking videos. I'm waiting. My DMs are open. Okay.
Like, do people come up to you in the street and be like, oh my god, you're the guy with the podcast? Or
In Santa Barbara, I get approached quite a bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But it was more so in the past when I was a bit more active. But yeah, people approach me, but it's mostly dudes. So unfortunately, yeah, mostly guys approach me. So if I was gay, bro, I'd be fucking killing it. Probably.
So it's low?
What's low? The body count? No, well, my YouTube success is not actually. I was more successful before I went with women actually before I even started YouTube.
I wonder why. Just kidding, Brian.
Wow, savage.
But yeah, so is it not 6? Hot, cold?
Did you take a guess?
Well, you're also like older than us, so like you'll have like a lot more like time, like literally just time to.
I've got more time. I've had more time.
To rack it up.
I'm a dinosaur over here.
No.
Is it like 18? I have no idea. 9?
I'd say like 9 or 10.
Yeah.
Wait, I want to change my answer to 57.
Those are all fantastic guesses. I can neither confirm or deny any of these.
You're
answers.
the worst.
Okay,
Say, like,
moving
can you tell
on.
us who was like closer?
It's somewhere between 0 and 200.
Oh, great.
Somewhere in that range. Okay, moving on. So, we got this one. We got this one, right? Let's see. Brooklynite guys get praised. I'll read it just because it's close. Guys get praised for hooking up high body counts because it takes way more effort than women. Girls literally just have to ask for it. Girls don't even have to ask for it. Y'all just have to show up. You just have to be there.
But
you have
who
to
makes
be in a
it
room.
that easy for us?
Like it's
men.
Yeah, you're easy.
Women don't make it that easy for men.
But we're talking about that it is easy for you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's men's fault at the end of the day. You guys make it too easy.
Yes, you're right. I suppose it is our fault. I wish it was women's fault if it was just easy as fuck to sleep with women. But fortunately, it's not the case. Okay, The Game. Yo, Jasmine, what the fuck? Mike Davis called me, said you were snitching. Chola, you know what to do.
Is this actually him, or is this like some random account?
That is actually the Game. He Canadian $10.
Is this actually him? Like,
That's actually him.
This is why I told
What do you
want
to say?
I didn't want to like. He probably left like the stream. I don't know. Like this
He's
is why I told you I didn't want to like show because it's just his business. So
Wait, why is he using Canadian dollars? It's not.
I don't know.
It's not The Game, right?
But
Yeah, that's not The Game. That's just
random Canadian dude.
Can we? I kind of want. No, okay. Thank you for the 10 Canadian. Richard Joy. It must have been. It was Richard Joy's sleeper account. Richard Joy with the 10 Canadian dollars. What is the difference of man paying for a couple of nice dinners or just 1 hour? Or just 1 hour and he's satisfied? What?
I think he's saying like, what's the difference between a guy paying for an escort versus taking a girl on a bunch of dates? But like, I don't know.
As a man, you pay for it one way or another. Okay, right?
Period.
Right? You pay one way or another.
Your own choice. Do you want to pay for the dinners or do you want to pay for an escort? That's up to you.
I mean, the whole thing with like the escorts though, I've never paid for a prostitute, but I can like sort of see why. If like you just want to have sex and you don't want to deal with the fucking game, the bullshit, you just want to fuck, I can kind of see it. Like for some guy, I mean, I don't know. Come on, you're making a face. You got what are you thinking?
I think it just means like effort, like, and also like when a guy like pays for dinner, he doesn't like expect, or he shouldn't expect anything in return. If especially like on a first date, like I don't think there should be no expectations. Maybe like if it's been a few dates, like, you know, but like versus when you're paying for like an escort, like there's a very clear exchange here that's going on, and like it's like that's very different. Like if you're going on multiple dates, it's because like it's going well and like you guys are vibing. So
true.
Like,
True. Okay, Vito Scaletta with the $10 super chat. Thank you, man. These girls are fine if the dude got bukkake and train on, but it's off limits for escorts.
Wait, we never agreed to bukkakeing being okay. Just want to put that out there.
Yeah, I don't think they were. I don't think they were super stoked on their dude getting bukkakeed by guys. Okay, cool. That's all the super chats. So
wait, okay. Can I just like take it back? I swear, like you guys said, like when it was like, well, maybe not the bukkake thing, but like we were like, is it okay to have like, it's okay if if like a guy has sex with another guy before, but not if he like pays for sex with a woman. I think you guys said like, yes, it's okay if like a guy had sex with a woman.
I think I more meant like if like, I don't know, maybe like if he's experimenting or like, I don't like, it's kind of like, I feel like if he tried and was like, oh, like that's not me, like that was like kind of like an experience I had, like I wouldn't hold it against him. But like if he was like consistently like doing it, and like I said, I like a masculine man, and like I'm not saying men that are into other men are feminine, but sometimes they tend to be. So like it would have to like align with like certain things for me. But like having like what your examples were extreme, like that's like for me that's just like a no. And like, you know, but I'm more meant in the sense that like maybe like he tried something and it didn't work out, and like that was it.
And like for me, I think that there's a very big difference for a man paying money to have sex with a girl versus having some interest in men in the past. Like those just aren't on similar playgrounds to me.
Word. So we need to bring it back to the rest of the Steven Crowder clip because we didn't finish that. Eric, if you can pull that back up. And then we have one more video to react to. We'll probably wrap in about 30 minutes. You can continue.
Slut shaming anybody, okay? That being said, look, can we all acknowledge that not most women are whores, okay? Let's be clear about it. Probably not even a plurality, okay? But some are. And it's a bad idea. Are we not allowed to say that some are at this point? Yeah, if you're just going on and you're going into it with the mindset of, I am going to sleep around, because it's my 20s, some women are.
And we'd like to thank your dad.
Find guys that are serious about you. Don't settle for the guys that obviously aren't taking you seriously. By the way, if you want to be taken seriously, be somebody that can be taken seriously as well. You didn't quite look like that, but you're young, I get it.
It's this baseline of, well, we're in our 20s, so this is what we do. Something happens in college. I was in college, so I, was getting ripped all the time. Look, I drink. I'm not someone who, I don't drink a lot. I have no problem with people who drink. I have no problem with people who do these things responsibly. But to say, well, the baseline is if you're in college, it's 4 years of glorified alcoholism, it doesn't have to be that way.
Right.
And this is perpetuated by, of course, the entertainment industry saying, well, this is what women should do in your 20s. This is what you should do in college. No. You can make good decisions at any point in your life. And they're so dumbfounded. Like, is that what? No, that's not what we mean. Well, what do you mean? I mean, have a bunch of relationships and sleep with a lot of guys. Okay, here's the issue. And I will say it is a double standard when people say, why am I a slut if I do this and men aren't? Okay, that is true. Here's why. You're the gatekeeper. Your set point, women, you control access to sex, right? Because your natural set point is no, I don't know, prove your worth. A man's natural set point is please. So you are the rate limiting factor. Take advantage of it. We've tried to empower women by stripping them of something with which they're powerful. The ability to pick a suitor. You've given it away.
Yeah, you have value.
Yes.
You
have inherent value.
Yeah, that you can use. Like, if I ever hit rock bottom, I just can't go out and sell myself.
No, you can't.
No. Well, I can. It's just going to be to other men.
Yes, exactly.
Sweet. Your guys' reaction to that? There's a few things there. There's the double standard stuff. There's promiscuity, et cetera, et cetera.
I did like how he said, like, women have value. Like, I think a lot of times, sometimes you don't realize, like, your value as a woman and, like, how kind of, like, powerful you are. And, like, it's your choice on how you want to use that power, especially being a young woman, too. Like, it was interesting. I was talking to my dad. Like, me and him have, like, a lot of discussions. And he was telling me, he's like, you don't even know how much value you have as a young woman. He said you are probably one of the most valuable things on this, like, earth right now. And he said,
your dad is a fucking legend. What are you, what's your, like, ethnicity? What's your background?
I'm Latina, but I'm, like, super mixed. So, like, he's, like, Mexican.
Okay.
And, like, we're just super mixed, but.
So, but he's, like, kind of more traditional.
Yeah, he's very traditional. Like, I would say I'm traditional, too. But, like I said, I believe, like, it's your choice. But it was really interesting the way he worded it to me, and it really, like, kind of affected me. I was like, you're so right. He said even just, like, biologically, like, your value, there's rich men who want to wife you. Like, they want to pay for you to have their kids. And I was like, that is really true. And I think as a woman, you need to recognize your value, whatever that means to you.
You know, that's a really good point. And that's a good point that he made in the video, that women, you're born with your value. So in the sense that you do have a sort of inherent value that men do not. So you could make money just by, if you wanted to be a surrogate, or even if you, I mean, the example he gave was prostitution. Like, if you hit rock bottom, just everything, you fucked your life up. You could still sell yourself. Not great. Us dudes, I don't know, Luke's pretty handsome. He could probably get away with it. We can't just... I couldn't sell myself on the street. Yeah. I mean...
Sure you could.
You think?
Let's go
you
try.
Think?
Yeah. Can I be the pimp, though, and I make the earnings?
What cut?
That should
what
be your next
cut?
like prank show, going up to girls and being like, how much money would you pay to get with me? And seeing like...
Oh, yeah, they'll say 0 for sure. I'll get fucking roasted for sure. But did you want to come in on the reaction to the video?
There was a lot going on there. I mean, the one thing I was thinking about right now is just like the way he said that women are the gatekeepers, or we have that decision to be like no or maybe or yes, and men are just like please. Again, like I've said this so many times, but like that's just the biggest question I have is like, why does it come back to it being women's fault and women having to fix ourselves in order to fit that standard better or to make it more likable for men. It sounds like men are upset that they don't have the same privileges as women because of their own, for lack of a better word, horniness in a lot of cases.
Wait, what?
Like, it just sounds like a bunch of men complaining about women like not being good enough and stuff.
But so just to clarify my question, so you disagree that women are the gatekeepers to sex?
I'm not disagreeing with it. I'm saying it's true, but I'm just saying, like, why does it have to come back to us needing to fix ourselves to do better for us? Like, why do we need to? Whereas, like, in reality, it's just like men not having the same access to those things, and so it just sounds like men are kind of upset about that.
Well, it's something that is in women's control. If women are the gatekeepers,
but who made us the gatekeepers? Like, men have a
women are the selectors. Women are the
Mm-hmm.
selectors. So as far as I'll let you come in just a sec. So women are the gatekeepers. You choose.
But
and
don't
so your
men
question
have a
is,
choice also in who they want to sleep with?
to a degree, but I mean, it's not like women choose who they want to have sex to. Women choose who they want to have sex with. Okay, there's a saying, it goes, women sleep with who they want, men sleep with who they can.
Exactly.
So if
the way that should be fixed, I think, is not women should sleep with who they can. I don't think that's what should
that's not what
change
he's saying.
about it. No,
I think he's saying the opposite.
Yeah, and that's what I think as well. But it's like the way he makes it sound is like these women need to be doing better. These women aren't good enough. They're promiscuous. They're slutty. They're ran through.
Yeah, he's saying not to be that.
But like, sure, that is valid. But at the same time, why can't men just have higher standards? Why can't men be doing better for themselves, you know?
But what the thing is that if you're trying to shift the blame to men here, but the thing is that because women are the gatekeepers, it kind of falls on you.
It does, but I don't think that it should.
Okay, if every single women are able to dictate the terms when it comes to sexual access. So if every single woman, there was a grand conspiracy and every single woman agreed, we're not sleeping with men until we're married with them.
You guys would be screwed.
Then men are going to have to adapt. Women are never going, if men were just like, men adapt to what women do. So the reason men aren't doing first dates and all this shit anymore is because women just be sleeping around. If that was the standard for the plurality of women, then that's what men would be doing. But if men can just be like, come over, what are you doing? 12 a.m., come over. Then that's what's gonna go down. Because men and women's sexual strategy is a bit different. But you wanted to come in? Go ahead.
I agree with the video in that I think like it's true that women just have so much power, and I don't think they understand it. And I think it's people treat you how you expect to be treated, and people place value on you how you give value to yourself. So I don't think it's ever good to go into like a victim mentality anyways. It's always good to take responsibility and ownership like for your life and how people treat you. And so I think there is like some responsibility like on women to like hold themselves at a higher value. And like I think women should have more appreciation for how much power they have in terms of like being gatekeepers, and that they can make men do a lot of things because they hold like so much power there. And I think it is like, I think just shying away from that responsibility isn't really helping anyone. I think it's like incredibly empowering to like own that responsibility of, okay, I'm going to be in control of like how I'm treated.
Interesting. We'll get to you guys in a sec. You said that your dad told you that as a young woman, that's when you, what did he tell you exactly?
He literally said it's more valuable than gold. He said it's one of the most valuable things to be a young, like he said, young, beautiful, like being like a young, beautiful woman is like one of the most valuable things that you can be. And like he was just trying to like explain to me like that, like the power you hold as a woman in general. And he's like, I don't know, like I get my arguments with him, whatever, but he was like, oh, like a 40-year-old woman doesn't have.
Sorry guys.
he was like a 40-year-old woman doesn't have the same value as a 20-year-old woman, which I don't like agree with, you know, but like he explains things like really like, I don't know, like he's a little misogynistic, like, you know, but.
Well, okay, so I think probably what he's saying in terms of value, it's not like, not your value in terms of you as a human, like your your life, like your soul or your spirit or whatever. He's saying on the sexual marketplace, on the dating marketplace, in the marriage marketplace.
Yeah.
A young 20-year-old woman has more value in those marketplaces than does a woman who's 40.
Yeah, like,
and part of the reason for that is if you want to have children, then someone who's younger, who's more fertile, like a woman who's 40-year-old can be a fantastic woman, but let's say you're a guy who's 40. She's not a great bet for having children.
Yeah, that's like.
So if you want to have a family as a guy, you want to have kids, you want to have a family, you're probably, as a 40-year-old man, you're probably going to be looking to a 30-year-old woman. A 40-year-old woman, you can get pregnant, but like at 35, that's when you're in high-risk pregnancy territory, greater likelihood of miscarriage, greater likelihood of birth defects, and
yeah, I mean, if me and him were getting in this argument or discussion about like what a high value man is versus a high value woman, and he was.
What did he say?
He said that a high value woman is based on her looks, and a high value man is based on his resources, how much money he has, all these things, and like I was just getting in like. You guys can even like say what you think. Like I was just kind of disagreeing with him, being like, there's a lot more to value than just how you look or just how much money you have, you know. But he was like disagreeing with me on it, and like we were just.
I think that there's definitely more to it than looks, for sure.
He said like just a woman that's just gonna like he said like be young, like have kids, look pretty, and like do like he was very like. We were getting in a heated discussion. Like we were going at it.
Yeah,
I left the room.
There's definitely more to it than looks, for sure. But I think for both men and women, looks are pretty important. So
yeah, like that's what he was telling me. Like he was just telling me straight up, like looks is really important, and as a woman, you need to understand what you look like and understand like the value that holds.
Well, I mean, basically, when you're young, as a woman, you are basically from the ages of say like 18 to 25. You're at your strongest negotiating position, let's just say. You can probably, if you were so inclined, in that age range is when you're going to be best able to secure a very, like, probably the best guy that you can probably get.
That's a statistic, actually. It's like, I think after like 26 is like when people want to get married because you met like 67% of like your options or something.
Yeah. Whereas for men, it tends to be a little bit older. It's like 30 to 40 in that age range is when men tend to be in their strongest negotiating position in terms of the sexual marketplace and the dating marketplace, the relationship marketplace.
Yeah. Well, I like actually have a question. Like, what do you think defines like a high value man? Actually, for the women, what do you think? And then for the men, a high value women.
We'll start over here if you guys want to go first.
Probably just like a guy who doesn't just like give himself away so easily and just like takes care of himself and like wants the best for just like a guy who wants the best for himself.
What do you mean give him away so he's himself away? Like laid to get laid?
Yeah,
sex?
and yeah, well even to get laid or just like go out on the weekends and like do stupid stuff and just like think that's funny and like the best that their life is going to get.
Luke, what happened this weekend? What did you do this week? Or was it the previous weekend?
It was this weekend.
What did you do?
It was last weekend. So we went out on the street and I did a do you want to go hook up prank?
No. You something like it was Friday night, I think.
Oh, fuck me. I jumped off a garage roof and I tweaked my back up.
Were you tanked?
I was pretty tanked.
Okay.
Well, I'm talking about like repetitive actions like that, like every weekend. Like,
do you do that like every single weekend, or is it like a one-time thing?
Luke's a fucking legend.
Okay, I don't like go and hurt myself every weekend. Oh my God, that'd be terrible. No, but I'll like, you know, if I'm doing something, I'm gonna go 100%. What the? I just had like the gnarliest little speech impediment. God damn.
What? I didn't even know this. What?
Okay. Yes. When I go out, and it's not every weekend, but it's, you know, I like to go out, have fun, party. And by the way, that doesn't mean get with women, just for the chat and everyone else. Like
Luke is a man of God.
He went with it.
I'm not religious, but
just go with it.
I'll go with it. But yeah, you know, I'll go out and do some crazy, sometimes stupid stuff, but it's fun. YOLO.
But like, how often do you do it?
Okay, well.
Like, is it like 3 times a week, or like, I don't know, like.
No,
every
it's like 2 times a week.
No,
but it's not like me doing stupid stuff. And when
So
I've been,
you like fucked your back up, or like, what did you do?
We don't have to go too
It's
into
fine.
it. Let's continue on with her question. So your question was what constitutes a
Like, what do you
high
define?
status
High value.
high value man?
Or you guys can even answer. What do you think a high value man is?
Luke,
Would
do
you
you want to?
consider yourself a high value man?
Good question. I like this question.
I would consider myself a high value man because I know when to be loyal. I know how to show emotions in the right way without being overly like aggressive, and I know, you know, I can provide for my partner, my girlfriend. I can, yeah, I feel like I'm a very high value man.
Me, in some ways, I would say in some ways I am, but perhaps not in others. I'm working on a couple things. You know, I gotta get ripped like Luke here. You know, I've sort of, you know, I got a little tries going on, but like, you know, I've been slacking on the exercising, so I want to get back into proper shape. But I think I mean, I don't party, I don't go to clubs, I don't go to bars, I don't drink, I don't do drugs. Career-wise, I'm doing well-ish, kind of. I mean, I'd obviously like to be doing better. I think I've got my head screwed on straight pretty well. And, yeah.
What do you think a high value woman is? Like, what's your definition?
So, well, just to wrap up on my thing. So, I'm getting there. I'm not there yet, but like, I feel like... Anyways, so what's a high value woman? Low body count, not promiscuous. Feminine. Cooperative. Not going to give me a headache.
No labiaplasty.
No labiaplasty. 4'11", 4'10".
Shorter the
Wow.
better.
The shorter the better.
Okay.
Like 4'10", beef curtain queens is what the chat likes to say. You know, maybe like a bit of a wizard sleeve, you know? But no, but like, it's unfortunate women are shamed if they have large labia. It's just unfortunate, right, Luke?
Yep.
Yeah, Luke agrees. No, it's unfortunate, but yeah, 4'11", large labia.
No, he's for real.
Huh?
He's for real. Like, I don't know why people are laughing right now.
No, I'm dead serious.
Do you think it's attractive when it's big enough to be used as a quilt?
What?
Dude, the bigger the better, Luke. The bigger the better.
So
What? I mean,
about
women
time.
have penis size preferences. I can't have a labia preference. Hello? But anyways, so yeah, I want to say has her head on straight, isn't like crazy into partying and stuff. Yeah, probably more on the Luke. Yeah, if you want to come in.
Respectful, loyal, knows. I think those are honestly the two things. I would say, you know, pretty face, fit, kind of the same thing a woman would want in a guy, but, you know, if again, like if if I'm talking to a woman, I want my woman to be respectful and loyal and, you know, pretty. And again, like I said, fit. Those are like my big, what is that, 4? My big 4, I guess. You don't really have to go anything outside of that.
What was it? Fit, feminine, and friendly?
No, fit. the 3 Fs. Fit, feminine, loyal, and respectful.
Yeah, loyalty, huge. From the jump.
Right.
First text message.
Yeah, that should be an first easily loyal. Loyal.
He has now invented a new word.
Oh my God.
Loyable.
It's clearly getting late for me.
About which part?
What's a high value man to you?
Oh, I would say also loyalty is a big thing for me, but I have like the worst trust issues because every like actual relationship I've been in, they've cheated on me. So as much as I want to say like loyalty, I think guys are loyal, and then blindsided, boom, don't know how it happens. But
have you ever cheated?
No.
You've always been cheated on?
Twice, yes.
Every relationship?
Real relationship. I haven't dated since end of high school, beginning of college, so like, yeah.
Fair enough.
But I would say loyalty is a big thing. Definitely sense of humor. Like that doesn't really determine your value, but for me personally, like I value that in someone if they have a good like personality / sense of humor, can make me laugh. I want somebody that is open-minded, honestly, because I think that there's a lot of people that once they have their mind made up, they stick to that, and I think that is just not the way to go about life. Like there's just too many different types of people and different types of things. I really would want somebody that's open-minded and can think about things, and like intelligent is really big for me too.
I like the open-minded thing and the personality thing. I think that's another big one. Yeah.
Okay, I got one. So, did everyone get a chance to come in on this, or should we just move on to the next topic?
I like didn't, but it's not like.
Do you want to come in?
Like, it's not like anything like especially different. I feel like.
Sure.
Yeah, it's the same. It's like respectful, loyalty, like everything like that.
Entertaining though is the only other one.
Entertaining.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So, what do you mean by entertaining? Like funny?
Yeah, like funny and just like not boring. Like people that have something to say, that are like adventurous, outgoing. Oh, also like nature is really important to me. So someone like in nature, outdoorsy,
hikes,
very physical. Like, yeah, loves
hikes?
to travel. Like those are like important things to me. I feel like.
Give me a boring woman. I want the most boring woman ever. You don't have to be funny. Okay, that's gonna. Anyways, okay. Do you guys want to get married? And do you want to have children? That's my next question.
Yes and yes.
I think I want to, but I don't know if I will.
For both of those questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely. I think about like the type of like I think about like qualities I want and like need to have in my future husband, like honestly like multiple times a week. And I like think about like how excited I am to like care for and raise like my children. Like I'm so excited to meet them, even though it's like, you know, probably like
do you already have their names planned?
10 years away. No, but I'm just like, I don't know how many, but like I like think about that and like am excited about that like already.
You mentioned you think about the qualities that you are going to want in a husband. What are those qualities? You can list.
Yeah. So dependable, reliable, similar interests, loyal, hardworking, ambitious. It's a lot, but like I take like marriage very seriously. I don't intend to like ever have a divorce, so like that's also very important. Like I'm like really picky because I'm not gonna marry, and I will never, like if I'm having kids with you for the sake of my children, I will never divorce you. So I have to make sure you're someone I can count on. Like
you'll never what?
Like I would never like if I have kids, like I don't want to divorce the father of my
divorce.
children.
Okay,
yeah.
Sorry, misheard.
And yeah, and then also like good father. Like I think about like what kind of, not just like what kind of like fun, like hot husband do I want? Like it's more like who's the type of person that I want like raising my children. I think about that.
Yeah, 100% for both of the answers.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to have kids and I want to get married, but like coming from a home with divorced parents, I don't want to like have to get married and then get a divorce, because like that was a lot for me and my brothers, and I wouldn't want to put that on my kids.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I do want to get married and I do want to have kids, but I don't want to go through a divorce.
Okay, I want to come in really quick here just with a couple things. I want to clarify something I said earlier. I was being a bit hyperbolic. I don't want a boring woman, like a woman who bores me. But like, I don't care if funny is so low on the totem pole. Like, I don't need a woman who's funny, or who's like really quick with the banter. If she has it, great. But like, I do not. It's very low priority for me. So, but if she's like super dull in the sense of like, if I'm trying to have a conversation with her and it's just one word answers, that would be kind of a problem. I'd obviously want someone I can conversate with, but you don't need to be a fucking stand-up comedian. I don't give a fuck. Okay, so on the topic of marriage, I have some sobering numbers here. 50% of marriages end in divorce. 80% of divorces are initiated by women. 90% of child support payments go from men to women. 97% of alimony payments go from men to women.
I feel
Guys,
like
don't get married. Don't get married.
Would y'all get a prenup?
Prenups can be thrown out. Even if you have a prenup 20 years later, oh, I was forced into it. I was pressured. Boom, the super feminist judge, throws it out. Boom, okay, now you're on the hook. So, but yeah, prenups get thrown out all the time. Even if you have a lawyer drafted up, guys, don't trust a prenup. Like, that's not going to protect you.
So you like genuinely don't think men should get married?
No, I don't.
Wow.
Like,
Perhaps
you
in the
mean like the
past?
legal institution of marriage, or you mean like the sake of like having a home? Like, you don't think men should have a single partner and they raise their kids?
No,
with?
I think you can have a life partner, but marriage, the institution of marriage, it's bad. I don't think, you mentioned the government. I don't think you should let the government get involved with your love life. Then that's when you get the courts involved. Then that's when the lawyers get involved. So, but guys, be careful. In some states, even if you're not married, there's something called, I think it's called common law marriage. If you cohabitate with a woman for a certain period of time, they're going to treat it like a marriage and she could be entitled to your stuff. So look into what state that you're in, because it can be, you can still get fucking screwed there. So yeah, I don't think men should get married, because the thing is that, let's see, it's just, marriage is not, okay, there might be a scenario where I would get married if I was so 100% certain that I was going to be with that woman forever. Because what are the vows? What are the marriage vows? Till death do us part. The divorce rate is 50%. People's word means nothing. You cannot say till death do us part and get a divorce. If I'm getting married, it's for life.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
it.
I certainly agree with that. I think people should be a lot more choosing about like who they're marrying. I mean, that's easy to say. Like, none of us clearly have, obviously have like been in those situations. So maybe like when people are getting married, they genuinely think this is their person forever. But overall, like just based on those rates, I feel like people just aren't paying enough attention or like thinking as clearly about like, is this really what I want to do?
I think that's what a lot of what like love does to people though, is like in that honeymoon phase, thinking you're so like into one person where like you're like, this is my life person, and then you're married and then you have kids, and then years down the road you realize there's all these things that you may not like about them or how they handle certain conflicts and stuff, and then divorce comes around. But it's like, so many of those people, I'm sure that they would have never even known that or recognized that they would be in that place years later. Like, I don't think it's something that you can really predict, and I think that when you're in those relationships, love does a really good job of blinding you from those flaws.
Yeah.
Divorce can also be like the easiest way out. Like, you can go to like, I don't know, like someone to talk to and like fix your relationship, but some people don't have like that commitment and can just like divorce.
Yeah. I mean, for me to get married, like, she has to be my ride or die. But like, I'm pretty skeptical that it's ever gonna happen.
I have like a hypothetical. Like, let's say you were like with a woman, right? Let's say it's been like 8 years, and she's like, "Why aren't we married yet? Like, I love you. Like, what's like?" I feel like as a woman, I would question like your commitment to me. And then what if she's like, "I'm gonna leave you unless you don't marry me"? Like, what would you do? Would you really like? And you were like, you have been with her for like, let's say she even had a kid, or like, because you're so strict on like not getting married. It's like.
I don't see. I guess as a man, I don't see the benefit of getting married.
So you would let her go?
Oh, so you're saying she gives me an ultimatum?
Yeah.
Marry me or we're done?
Because like I think if I was.
We're done then.
After
8 years.
She's giving me an ultimatum to get married.
Because like I would question your commitment.
What changes when we get married? What is the difference?
That's a good point.
What changes really?
A lot. I think a lot changes. Like.
My advice to men is do not enter into contracts with people that are rewarded for breaking them. Women in today's day and age are rewarded for divorcing men financially. So if there was a reworking of the marriage laws.
Why do you have that then?
Have what?
That picture of two people being getting
Those are
married.
Those are my parents. And they're happily married. They've been married for...
Do you think your dad made a mistake by getting married?
Not at all. But well, I don't think it's hypocritical. I mean, I love my parents. That's for my parents.
They're also not a good like example of today's generation.
Well, it's totally different. I mean, they got married in the 80s.
Yeah.
So
like,
I mean,
don't you look at your parents be like, "Oh, I want that as well." Like.
Well, certainly. I mean, I think a life partner would be fantastic, and I'm not opposed to.
Yeah, you're
having
just
a life
opposed to
partner,
like the legality of the government controlling your.
Yeah, I don't want the.
Yeah,
first off, fuck the government. I don't trust the government.
But like much of Canada, like much of like.
Dude, Canada's cucked as fuck.
Cucked? What do you mean?
Cucked.
I was gonna say like in Quebec, like.
Are you Canadian?
No, I've just my brother plays ice hockey, so I've just traveled there quite a bit. But like in Quebec, the majority of marriages, you don't get legally married. It's the exact same thing, but there's no government label on it, and that's. Like, in a lot of, like, European countries do that, too. Like, marriage is not as prevalent elsewhere, like, as a legal contract. So, if all you're saying is, like, you don't want to enter, like, the legal contract of it, but I just want, like, but you would be in support of, like, a life partner, right?
Sure.
Like, going to the church, like, you know, like, let's say you're not signed, like, you know, like.
I think I'd have to look into the legalities of if you do get married in the church, would that constitute a marriage in which, you know, So I'd have to look into that. Eric, can you, just on the Canada thing, on the other window, you don't have to pull it up right now. Can you search Canada common law marriage, boyfriend has to pay girlfriend alimony, something like that? Because I read a story in Canada. By the way, Richard Joy, sorry for talking shit about Canada. I read a story that in Canada there was a guy, fairly wealthy guy, who was cohabitating with his girlfriend for a couple years. They weren't married. The Canadian courts ruled, they broke up or something. The Canadian courts ruled that he had to financially provide for her even though they weren't married, and they split up. So Canada courts are cucked to fucking, that's terrible.
Like, I think that then that's like, why did you, like, that's just on the person. Like, that's on the moral value of the person. Like, I would never, even if things ended badly, if I had a husband, like, I would never want to, like, fuck him over like that. Like, that's just, then she's just, like, a bad person, I feel like.
Yeah, okay, so here it is. Eric, do you have, it's from the National Post. Do you have that one? Yeah. It's the unmarried Ontario couple. Do you see that one? Yeah. Can you control mouse wheel? Perfect. Unmarried Ontario couple had no children and no house, but man must still pay support. Appeal court rules. So, and then it goes, oh shit, fucking. Scroll down just a tad. Stop there, or back up. Further up. Keep going. No, up. Yep. Okay, that's good. A wealthy businessman will have to pay more than $50,000 a month in spousal support for 10 years to a woman with whom he had a long-term romantic relationship, even though they kept separate homes and had no children together. Okay, so in Canada, you don't even have to get married and the fucking government's going to come for you. So to me, this is fucking ridiculous. But anyways, just because you brought up Canada, so you can bring it back, Eric. Did you guys want to come in on something? Anything? Okay. I didn't mean, but did I cut someone off with Canada? I didn't. Okay. We got some super chats here, and then we got one video, and then we're going to wrap up. Thank you, guys. Let's see. Wait, where were we? Mike Davis. Me and her dad would get on well. Tell him to hit me up, and we'll do business. Mike Davis, thank you for the $10 super chat. Yeah, your dad sounds like a fucking legend. Is he down to be a guest on the podcast?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I could even get him down here.
He
lives in San Francisco.
He's an SF, dude. That'd be kind of interesting, like to bring on like a dad.
You would stir the pot if a dad and his daughter were here. That's just too risky.
I told him.
No, he could come on like just without. Without
Jazz.
Jazz.
You want my dad? Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, Brian.
Your dad's a babe, obviously. I mean.
Yeah.
But fucking.
That would be interesting. Bro. You should bring on a bunch of dads.
Yeah, let's bring on some like based Latino dads. Okay. Richard Joy with the Canadian 5. But you first girls thought a trail ride on a horse was a terrible invite. Yeah, they did not like the trail ride, man. Yo, Mike Davis. Hey, Mike Davis, I saw this thing. Brian, you can blame this YouTube communist PC censorship for my lack of presence. 90% of my comments are roasts that don't go through. Mike Davis, here's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to...
I want some roasts.
Mike Davis, I'm going to whitelist you in our back end, so that should allow every single one of your comments to go through. YouTube has like automated moderation, like even if you say the word like crap or shit. So let me do that, or I could just do it after the show really quick. It might take me a sec. But Mike Davis, we will whitelist you just so that your comments do go through. Let me do it after the show, Mike Davis, but I'll whitelist you, so that's not a problem. Okay, so we talked about marriage. The thing I wanted to finish off with, bro, I'm fucking spazzing. It's late. So I have a list here. Eric, can you, or I'll hide the super chat. My bad. Let's see. I have a list here of some men who have been divorced. Brad Pitt, Johnny Depp, Will Smith, Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, Elon Musk, Ryan Reynolds, Tom Brady, Lance Armstrong, Alex Rodriguez, Channing Tatum, Chris Rock, Ben Affleck, Chris Pratt, Liam Hemsworth, Ben Stiller, David Duchovny, Orlando Bloom, Tiger Woods, Sean Penn, Sylvester Stallone, Paul McCartney, Ryan Felipe, Justin Timberlake, Jason Momoa, Michael Jordan, Michael B. Jordan, the actor, and Hulk Hogan. Maybe that last one's not surprising, but if these men can't hold on to a girl, what chance do you think you have?
Wait, was that a question?
No, that's addressed to the chat.
Oh, okay.
Guys, these are very high status, high value men. They got divorced. Their wives divorced them.
All of them, the wives divorced them?
Or
did they divorce their wives?
I'm not sure. Maybe it was amicable. I don't know. But the fact of the matter is, Brad Pitt got divorced.
Yeah.
If Brad Pitt is getting divorced, we're fucked, gentlemen. I'm sorry, we're fucked.
I feel like you're fully erasing like relationship issues. Like there's just problems that arise when you've been with someone. I'm sure fame and all this adds another layer to it. Like
he said Elon Musk.
Sorry, I can't. Obviously, I can't pronounce Elon Musk. My bad. Elon Musk. But go ahead.
Yeah, I think you're just fully like erasing like relationship. It doesn't matter like how great you are. Sometimes things just don't work out, and
also fame is involved in every single one of those like anecdotes, which always puts a pressure on like relationships, I'd say. And also like if you give me a list that was like these are all people who like their wives left them, these are like famous handsome celebrities whose wives left them, like we'd have a different conversation. But just because they got a divorce like could equally be like them leaving their wife or like any other thing involved. But either way, like I don't see the point of doing anecdotes. Like your parents, that's a good anecdote for why like marriage works. My parents, good anecdote for why marriage works. So I just like, you can just pick and choose whatever you want, I feel like.
I suppose. I mean, but I would say probably I didn't go into each one and determine, hey, was it a mutual divorce? But I think the thing is, we do have the stats for divorce, broadly speaking. 80% of divorces are initiated by women. So it's not a good bet as a man to get divorced. Or sorry, to get married, my bad. Okay. I want to open it up. We're going to wrap here soon. We're going to do one video. I want to give you guys an opportunity to come in. Final thought or question for the panel. Luke, you got anything?
No, not really.
Posture check. Anything? Final thought or question?
I just feel like a lot of divorces, when it becomes a divorce, a lot of money that is like supposed to go to the other person doesn't actually go to the other person. Like, does that make sense? Like, say there was like a child involved and you had a kid and there was like child support and the mom was supposed to give the dad money since the dad is taking care of the child. I feel like a lot of those times the parent never actually pays the other parent, and it just becomes like an issue between like the child and the parents.
When there's not child support being paid?
Yeah, or just like a divorce in general, if you have a kid involved, like it just becomes a lot of like more issues.
Well, I definitely agree with that. I mean, it is the child support thing is a gendered issue because, like I said, 90% of child support payments go from men to women, and there's actually, I mean, in the U.S., you can be put in jail if you don't pay child support. So we've done away with debtors' jails, debtors' prisons. So if you owe a debt to someone, it can never get to the point where you could be put in jail if you owe a debt and you don't pay it, except for child support, which impacts disproportionately men.
I didn't know that.
Wait, so your final thought was?
I don't know, I guess
that having children complicates
marriage.
Of course, yeah. And divorce, definitely.
Well, you never actually know the issues between the people that are married. Like, for example, take like the what's his name did, like the trial between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, for example. Like, we don't actually know. You get what I mean?
Oh, we know.
Yeah, well,
we know a lot.
Yeah, okay.
She took a shit in his bed.
Yeah, okay. Well, that was a bad example.
And she she threw a ball at him, sliced his finger off. Like
Yeah, okay, that was a bad example. But like, for the rest, like you said, Brad Pitt, for example, like, do you know what happened between him and his wife?
I don't know, but he's incredibly handsome.
Yeah, I guess.
You guess? You guess?
But if he's a complete
what if
I don't know the
like,
guy.
I don't know. He seems
great.
like I don't know. He seems pretty. I mean, I've never met the guy.
Exactly. Or wait.
No, he did come. He spoke at the Santa Barbara International Film Festival, and I glanced at him.
Wow.
In person. Okay. But
well,
I mean, we don't know, sure, but he seems like a pretty fucking cool guy.
Yeah, he seems like it, but you never know.
You have no idea who he is. He could be doing some crazy satanic ritual things.
Yeah.
Like
you wouldn't know that. You
literally don't know.
You seem like a cool guy, but like we
don't know.
We don't even know your body count. That's how closed off you are.
Yeah.
I would feel like I bet Angelina's the satanic ritual one in that dynamic, but.
Yo, that's just assuming, so.
Okay, so final thought or question?
That you never know the issue between two people until you actually.
Okay.
Mine is just like what I was saying before. I think like both men and women just need to be like pickier with their partners like in a good way and have their like values and priorities like set.
Yeah.
And in the right order.
Word.
Does it have to be related to the topic right now, or is this just
No. It's just we're wrapping up. So if you have a
Okay.
final thought or question, if you have a question for me, you have a question for the girls. Got a
I'd
question for
love
Mike Davis.
to hear some costume ideas for Halloween, because this is not my Halloween costume this year. So I'd love some ideas.
Sailor Moon.
Sailor Moon. Can I borrow that one?
Let's talk after the show.
Word.
We'll talk after.
Word. Yeah, that's all.
I think Sailor Moon would be good. I think Cat Lady would be a good one. I do have where did the Meow Mix is somewhere. I don't know.
The Meow.
Yeah. V for Vendetta. We got a couple in the chats. Kent42 says be a potato. Let's see what else. Slutty Ninja, Pantsu Jutsu, Catwoman. Okay, there you go.
All right, that's all I needed to hear. Just some ideas.
I'm trying to think if you look like a superhero, like a female superhero. You could be. I don't know. Okay.
I got one. You could be Starfire.
I was thinking
Fit
of
check.
that one.
Wait,
Good
if
job,
we're
Luke.
Starfire, can I be Raven?
That's good. Okay, we're
That
set.
would be really fucking good, actually. That'd be really good.
I really want to be Raven.
Yeah, Luke, you can be Beast Boy. We'll get you in.
I'm down to be Beast Boy.
You can agree.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Okay, we're set. That's all
Yeah.
I had.
Boom.
That's all I had to figure
It's
out.
done.
You could
It's
be
done.
Robin.
Who the like Robin and Batman?
They were talking about the Teen Titans.
It's okay.
He doesn't want any part in
know
it.
who
Yeah,
is.
it's okay.
fine.
Okay. Final thought or question?
Thanks for having me on.
Thank you for coming. You were great. I really liked the whole panel. You guys were awesome. Okay, so we're gonna wrap up here with a video. Eric, could you pull up the video tab, please? Do we do the who pays one? I don't know. Do we do a Tate one? I suppose let's do the Tate one. We haven't done let's do the forehead body count.
I think 99% of the world's problems would be solved if females walked through life with their body count on their forehead. Because it would prevent all of the disintegration of morals. It would prevent so many things about the world.
But you know what, there's like a lot.
And women would be like, to be with me as a man, I don't want to put another number on my forehead. You have to be a good man. They wouldn't stop fucking these idiots and stop being idiots. And all the idiocy would disappear. All the degeneracy would disappear. Families would return. Virgins meeting their first man, staying with him her whole life and being proud of it. Couldn't we go back to such a beautiful age? All we have to do is start putting numbers on girls' foreheads. We could fix everything.
That attitude is disgusting.
Okay, your guys' reaction to that?
You know what's funny is like when I first watched Andrew Tate, I literally thought he was a joke. Like I literally thought like he was playing a character. I did not think he was.
I thought he was joking.
I thought he was
Yeah.
joking. Like I did not think he was being for real about what he was saying. And like I don't agree that it would solve our world's problems, as if men don't like. It's it's equal in the sense that men and women both create problems together. So I don't think having a body count on my forehead is gonna solve anything at all. So
Yeah, and like again, it just sounds like he's placing blame on women for all of the things that have gone wrong in society, but I don't think it is. I think it still goes back to men. Like there's a big argument on it, and we could probably talk for the rest of the night because it's already almost 11 p.m.
We'll run it back. We'll get you on again.
Another time, yeah. Maybe one day we'll solve it, but like I don't know. I will never be able to look at that man seriously and full-heartedly agree with the words that he's saying.
I think if it encourages women to take like their bodies and their relationships more seriously, then I think it would be a good thing, I guess. Yeah.
When I first moved here, my mom did so much research about like things that's happening in the U.S. blah blah, and she said that there's this term, I can't remember what it's called, but that men get rejected like by women to the extent that they start being like hateful towards them, if that makes sense. And I feel like Andrew Tate is like one of those. Like, I just feel like he's just like, he's seen us like, I'm better than everyone else. You get what I mean?
I don't think he's hating on men.
No, not men, on women.
Oh, I mean women. I don't think he was like hating on women though.
I think he is.
Yeah.
Like everything he says is so just against women, and it's like saying like all these guys are just like so good, and just like he targets all these things, like he says all these things that are targeting women, but it's like, what woman is actually watching him? Like, it's just I feel like guys who feel like they need more validation, those are the guys who watch Andrew Tate.
Thoughts, Luke?
Oh, by the way, did you have any did I give you an opportunity to do last thoughts?
I don't have any really last thoughts. I also, I don't really have a comment on it. I think Tate has some good points, but I also think he can be a little overdramatic sometimes.
A little?
Quite a bit overdramatic sometimes.
Thank you.
But again, there is this whole thing about how the media is portraying him in the wrong way, and I can't speak like perfectly on him because I haven't looked into it, but as a guy, I mean, I do think he is saying some valid masculine points. And as someone who also has...
Yes!
Yeah, and as someone who I think I can say that I'm open-minded, I also can say that some of his points are very closed off and just like extreme.
This is my first experience like seeing something by like Andrew Tate. I've like heard so many like this, like whatever videos we were seeing today was my first like time seeing him, but I've like heard like lots of hype about it, but like I'm not gonna like cast any judgments yet on like, I don't know what his thing is about, because one of my like favorite thinkers, Jordan Peterson, is like similar. He can be like taken out of context, or like people like to radicalize what he's saying, but if you read his works, it has a good intention at heart. So I don't know, like I didn't like immediately get the impression this person, Andrew Tate, like has like a intention against women. He seems to be like promoting the values of like family, which I don't know is like a bad thing. But yeah, that's all I have to say. I know there's like a lot of hype about Andrew Tate. This is like my first experience with it, but that just reminds me of like hype I've heard. If we're gonna be talking about it, like it reminds me of hype I've heard about Jordan Peterson. But like,
yeah, definitely. I mean, definitely there's some similarities between Jordan Peterson's much tamer, I would say, compared to Andrew Tate. I think Andrew Tate hams it up a bit intentionally to be controversial because it gets him more attention. He probably he got canceled off the internet because of it, but he's not stopping. He's still out there. So, yeah, but definitely that's cool though that you like Jordan Peterson, because a lot of people hate on Jordan Peterson, but I think overall, like, his message is incredibly positive. He pissed off a few people because, well, we're not going to get into it, but yeah. Tate, Kent42 says Tate is like dark Jordan Peterson. Yeah, Tate's there's definitely some similarities. I mean,
can I say like a quote that I love, and I tell people all the time,
sure.
but people, and I think about it all the time, but like people I feel like don't appreciate it, but maybe because we've been talking about this so much, like people appreciated this, but like in one of his lectures, Jordan Peterson says something like a woman's no is what built the world. And like going back to like women have so much power as like gatekeepers in their choice. Like sometimes it's easy to buy into like, oh, I'm getting validation by like saying yes to all the guys that are like gonna sleep with me. Like saying yes to that is good for my ego. But like you have so much power in like saying no. And even like sometimes girls will get in like the habit of like they like, I don't know, like they feel like too polite to like turn guys down or whatever. But like remembering that like it's women's like how much they can inspire and like motivate men, that is like has like caused like that's like a good thing, and that's like a superpower that we have that like even like contributes to society. I don't even know.
Like I think you forget that like women say no and they like get raped. Like it like I'm just saying like
I don't really think it's like fair to associate like what I said with like me condoning rape.
I didn't say that you said that, but I'm saying like you can still say no. And like you can be put in like bad positions You know, and it's a literal statistic. It's not just me like trying to like,
Well,
and I
not,
know that's not what you meant.
Yeah, we're not talking about consent here. We're talking more so
I think
about.
we're agreeing. I'm saying it's good when a woman says no. Like, that's a good thing.
I know, but sometimes it's like, it's even like hard for a woman to say no because sometimes it can be interpreted like another way.
But that's where you have to like stand your ground.
But
and, like,
I think what Jasmine was just saying is like, as powerful as it is for women to be able to stand our ground and to say no, she's just saying that like we don't always have that choice, and men can still take that power away from us whether we like it or not. That's all she was saying.
But okay, I think you guys are sort of going in a different direction with what we are when we're saying about no. I think we're going in a bit of a different direction there.
Mine is like a positive thing. Like, I just feel like I like live the life of like radical feminism, like leaning into victimhood, and it's just, I don't know, like I don't know if it served me as like also, it was like intended to.
I think the way that you just explained everything, I can get behind that and I respect that, but the way that Andrew Tate says those things, it's in such a like demeaning manner where he's literally just degrading women and like making it seem like we're these stupid sluts that just kind of run around with our coochies out, which is not
I
the
wish
case.
that happens, by the way.
Yeah, don't we all, Brian?
Women just run around with their coochies out and shit. Okay. Did you guys want to continue on with
I think it's just like the matter of how it's said. Because like, Brian, I'm sure that you share views with Tate as well. But like, I would not be coming on this podcast and talking with you if you were talking to me the way that Andrew Tate talks about women.
It's the way he says it.
Mm-hmm. Like, everyone's entitled to their own opinion, and that's fine. Andrew Tate can have those views, but if you're going to say it in such a disrespectful manner where you're, like, just completely objectifying women and, like, placing society's entire value of women on, like, their promiscuity and whatever, like, that's where the issue comes at hand. Because, like, you're allowed to have those views, and you're allowed to think, like, women should be more conservative and, like, blah, 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 but it's all about the way that you say it, I think. And I think that Andrew Tate, just the way that he says it, and like it is obviously or like probably for the media and to like hype it up and be controversial and get that attention, but like me as a woman hearing him talk like that, it just is like disgusting to me.
He's definitely controversial. Did you want to come in?
I'm sorry. Did we watch like different videos? I just like don't know how like that one clip was like disgusting. I don't know about that. Like, yeah, it was like controversial. It's like saying something like pretty radical, but I don't know. It like went the same way like for guys. Like guys would have their body. Like I don't know about
we
like
didn't watch different videos. You just need to watch more of Andrew Tate.
Yeah, because
like
what?
If you see,
like
yes.
I don't like him.
Watch
because
more Andrew Tate videos.
Like I don't like him because I was just like on a drive to San Diego, and for some reason it took us 8 hours to get there, and the guys who were in my car were just playing Andrew Tate the whole time, and I was like semi-listening, and just the things he was saying was just like so like out of pocket to be saying. It's just like I don't even know where he would come up with some of these things. Like I can't give an example because I don't remember, but I remember that they were just so strange. Like
yeah, it's like hard to support. Like yes, like maybe Andrew Tate has a few great points, but it's hard to support him when he has so many things that are damaging to women. Like how can you support someone like just because they've done a few good things? Like he literally says some of the most misogynistic things like on the internet, and like that clip, I don't think there was anything necessarily like too crazy about that clip. Like that's not what we're talking about, but maybe like because we've all watched more Andrew Tate, it's hard for you to judge him being like, oh, like why are you guys reacting that way? But like look up Andrew Tate, like, and then you can make your own like interpretation.
Like look up Andrew Tate and compare it, like, and like see what he says, and then look at that video again. Like it's different, you know.
Mm-hmm.
What did Andrew Tate say that was misogynistic?
Probably his first word.
Just everything.
Yeah. I don't know if that's a good question. I mean, just even saying like if women had their body counts on their forehead, like life would be so much better.
Like it's our fault. Like
don't you think us women would want to see men's body counts on their foreheads? Like it would make it a like hell of a lot easier to know whether I want to date a guy or not. But like we don't have that same privilege. Why would men be able to have that privilege? And why would it make it so much better for them?
Mm-hmm. And you could see if it went up. Like if you're in a relationship with him, you could see if that went up. Like if he was cheating on you. Like I think like I would actually have been fine if he said that men and women should have that. Then it's like, it's the fact that he's only saying that it's all on the women. And I think women hold responsibility to these societal problems, but so do men. And it's like the same way you're like, oh, it's all men's fault. Like, we're saying it's all men's fault. Like, he's saying it's all women's fault. Like, there needs to be a balance in, like, taking responsibility on both sides for it.
Yeah. I think that's, yeah.
Well, I think he is being hyperbolic. Obviously, there's certain things that that go wrong beyond just... Well, I think if you, like, look outwards as far as what he's saying, where everything starts... So if everything starts at the individual level, right? And then you build to the family, and then you build to the village, and then you build to the city, and then you build to the state, and you keep going up. So what I think he's sort of getting at is promiscuity has led to the destruction of the nuclear family. When you get rid of the nuclear family, and...
Well, let me flip it and say, well, then it should be on men to not ever be with women that's promiscuous. Then women would have to change and not be promiscuous.
I don't think it works. It can't work that way.
Why?
Men, okay, so someone has to be, women are the gatekeepers for sex.
Allegedly.
Allegedly?
Yeah, like allegedly.
Okay, because y'all have all made...
The convo with Eliza, sorry.
It's both.
Go ahead, let us not cut him off.
Yeah.
He's getting mad at us.
No, I'm not mad. I'm not mad at all. I think you asked earlier, right? What's the longest that you've made a guy wait for sex, right? Women make men wait for sex. It's not the other way around.
But men also like are willing to wait because, like, you know, like you said, it like means that she has a higher value. So who created that standard, really?
Who created the standard? What do you mean?
Like, if, like, I'm just saying, like, I'm trying to use, like, your double standard against you because I believe that it's both parties. Like, both men and women need to change.
Yeah,
and you can't just say, like, women need to change and everything's going to be solved. Or women can't say men need to change and it's all going to be solved.
No,
like,
I agree. I
think
think
both people need to change. And
I agree with that. Both men and women need to change. But when we're speaking about sexual access, that is something that women control.
The reason, like, I make a guy wait is to show that he values me more than sex. That's the reason why I make a man wait, to be proven that, like, he's going to value me, he's going to wait, he's going to invest in me, he wants to get to know me. That's the reason why I wait.
Whereas men won't make women wait for sex because that is their main priority usually.
Well, so the thing is that it sort of comes down to biology and evolution. So men and women's historical sexual strategy has been very different. For men, biologically, because men, we can, if we can sleep with that many women, we can get 3 women pregnant a day. As a woman, you can only get pregnant once every 9 months or whatever. So men, our sexual strategy from an evolutionary biological standpoint is to sleep with as many women as possible, impregnate all of them.
Can I make a comment? So I'm a psychology major at UCSB, and I actually like work in a lab that specializes in human mating psychology, and I've taken graduate level courses in this.
Sure.
And that is incorrect. So based on like what like the general body of like research shows and evolutionary theory for this, is that the human male's default strategy in the mating world is a long-term strategy. Granted, it does allow for promiscuity, like it allows for cheating if another woman's available, but the default is not, for human males at least, from our understanding of like mating, like evolution at this point is like not that the default is sleep with as many women as possible. It's to stay in like the default strategy is a long-term relationship, but it does allow for, the literature does like grant that it allows for like if the opportunity arises to procreate with another woman, possible. But I just want to clarify, it's not have sex with as many women as possible. the trade-off is that your offspring are better off if you stick around with the same woman for as long as possible. But occasionally, if the option's presented to you, you can have like sex with other people. But just to clarify, like what literature says on that.
Well, so okay, I haven't read the literature. I've read some, and maybe I haven't read that literature. What I've read, sorry, there's a fucking truck going by.
Well, I've taken a psych class too, and that's what it's
well,
said, so.
Okay, so what I've read, and perhaps we've read conflicting studies, men's sexual strategy is unlimited, if they can get it, unlimited access to unlimited sexuality. Women's sexual...
In flies, yes. Like in certain species, yes, but not from what we see for humans.
Because you also want
because of the benefits, the trade-off benefits of staying with the same woman, because your offspring are better off. Just because human offspring take much more like care, both parental care, to do well. So I'm just saying, in certain species,
Sure.
in flies, yes, the more it is like a linear graph of like it's shown like the more the sexual strategy for the males in other species is usually as much sex with as many partners as possible maximizes their like, you know, evolutionary benefit. But it's not the same for humans, because like our offspring require a lot of care. Raising a kid requires a lot of care, so men have to be there.
So that's nurture though. I'm talking about nature. Nurture versus nature.
There's some species where there's life partners where men the male species stays with the women for their entire lifespan.
Well, I'm speaking just about humans here.
Well, and your facts are wrong, but also
maybe I've got it wrong, but men's sexual strategy is, if they can get it, unlimited access to unlimited sexuality. Women's sexual strategy is secure the best possible mate for long-term commitment.
Yes, that's true. For women's side, that's 1,000% true. That's definitely agreed upon. But for men, it isn't as many as possible. If you have like, there's a point at which like his offspring will be most successful if he sticks around and invests his resources in those offspring. Mm-hmm. They will die without it. Like they're much more likely to die without it. So that's just one caveat. But yes, you're completely right. The sexual strategies of men and women in humans is different, and there's evolutionary basis for why a woman's goal should be securing, and usually is securing, the most desirable long-term partner, and that men is a bit more promiscuous.
Well, so I mean.
So I agree. Just want to like clarify.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if a man sticks around and provisions and provides for a woman, that's going to be better for his offspring. Certainly, yeah, I agree. And if
with
that.
It's better for his offspring, it's better for his evolution. So evolutionarily, that's how human males evolved as their default sexual.
Well, basically,
strategy.
I mean, what you have happening you're basically making the argument for why promiscuity is bad, but. Which I don't think you disagree with, but what you have happening in practice is women will sleep with the most attractive guy, get the good DNA, and then they'll turn towards the man who's the good provider, and then he will pick up the slack.
Yeah, that is
for
true.
The alpha male. I don't like the whole alpha beta male.
Yeah.
Thing. I rarely ever bring it up in conversation, but women will get the good genes from the really hot, attractive guy. He's not going to commit to her. Then she's going to go look. Okay, where's the beta male for me that will provide for me and raise the kids.
It's not that that she like has sex and has the kid and then finds the partner. It's actually more like we can see that during a woman's fertile window, like during the time she's most fertile, like in her menstrual cycle, she's more likely to cheat and prioritizes like good genes more in a certain time period. So we do always see, also, it's not like completely romanticized. We even see like evolutionarily there's like benefits for women to cheat as well. So they've already secured a long-term partner. They might already have offspring with him. If she's in a certain part of her period where she's like most likely to like conceive children, she'll go for
like more
especially
dominant.
She'll be more she'll have like greater sexual desire, and she'll like specifically be looking for traits of like really good genes.
Yep.
And then maintain so I mean it's really complex and interesting. It's much more interesting than I think people even like realize or would think.
Well, I mean, society for thousands of years was set up towards monogamy, and because that enabled men who weren't, let's say, the alpha males to actually have access to having a family. But now that we've kind of done away with monogamy to some degree, and promiscuity is elevated, we are actually seeing a return to, and that's why there's all these single mothers. And so it's actually a return to our sort of base instinctual patterns.
Which I think still favor like long-term.
Yeah, monogamy benefits
like,
both parties.
family.
Like it kind of is like the woman's not cheating on you, so you know that the offspring that you're raising is yours, and then like it benefits the woman because she has a consistent
I would say
provider.
monogamy benefits children.
Yeah, and
And
that's
it
the point. That's
benefits-
the point evolutionary, so you can have your DNA passed on, and you can continue. Like that's literally the whole point of having children. Like
Monogamy is fantastic for the nuclear family. I 100% agree. But what I'm saying is, okay, so if given the option, if a man could have his wife, whatever, have his main chick, and then also sleep with other women, he would.
What are we?
I don't know what we're talking.
debating?
It's fucking
Like,
late,
what are
guys.
we
I mean,
doing?
why don't we go
We're
back
all,
to
like,
the
in
thing
agreement.
yeah.
This might be our longest show ever, so
Yeah,
I think
we're all-
I'm a little frazzled. We've been going for a long time. Should we wrap it up there, guys? Okay, cool. Last chance, anyone? Any final thing? Okay, cool.
Wait, I love you,
well-
Mike Davis. That's all.
Mike Davis forever.
Mike Davis. Yeah, Mike Davis. I think I don't know if you're still in the chat. I think I whitelisted you in our back end, so you should be good to go. Once this truck pass, I'll say goodnight. Yeah, no, it was a good panel. You guys, loved all you guys. You guys were awesome. Thank you for you coming back on. Let's definitely I'd like to get all you back on. It was a good panel. We went very long. Sorry guys, but I was trying to wrap it up, but they just kept wanting to talk about body. No, I'm kidding. No, you guys were great. So thank you guys for tuning in tonight. We will be live again. Let's see, Tuesday at 7 p.m. Pacific. But yeah, thank you again for watching. You could have been doing anything else, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Like the video and leave a comment on your way out for the algorithm. Big thank you to the fantastic panel. You guys were awesome. Super great. Tara. Did I get it right the first time? Finally.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you were super based. You're a fucking legend. Let's definitely get you back on.
Wait, what does based mean? I've only heard that
Just
on
means
your...
you're a fucking legend.
Okay.
You're a fucking legend.
Take it.
Cheyenne, fucking legend. Jazz, your dad's a fucking legend. Sweden, Ella, you didn't speak much Swedish, but you're still a fucking legend. Izzy,
I'm so tired.
also a legend. Yeah, it's fucking late. We're wrapping up. But yeah, thank you to the panel. Thanks for watching. We will see you guys